Anti-derivative Jill.
You know, I really wish they'd let us play music up here. Make these long trips go by a lot faster.
It's against regulations.
Yeah, I never understood that.
They just don't want us having a dance party when a proximity alert goes off.
See, that's a dumb reason. Because we'd already be on our feet, ready for action.
Welcome to Jill's.
What was that dancing person in a red shirt?
What the muggy moonshine is that?
Hello and welcome. I'm Anti-Derivative Jill, and this is Shore Leave number 22. And I'm not even sure I'm awake yet because we're live streaming really early today. It is 9 a.m. Central Time. And we're here to hang out. Well, since I have business today, so we're live streaming early.
Well, on the plus side, it is Friday, and we got to get down on Friday.
Friday.
Well, we're getting ahead of the game. So did Susan Eckstein. She was here at 11 p.m. last night.
Lovely.
Booger 414 says he will try to make it on time, and guess what? Booger 414 made it on time.
Huzzah.
Good morning. Beware the Ides of March.
Yes.
Oh, is that today?
The Ides of March is today. The 15th of March.
Now, is that when Caesar was killed? Like, I don't know. I've heard of the Ides of March, but I'm an idiot.
He's warned, beware the Ides of March, and that's when he was assassinated.
But were the Ides of March a thing before he was assassinated?
Yes.
Huh.
Well, at least, let me put it this way. It was in Shakespeare's time.
But I don't, can you explain the Ides of March, or can we do that once we're done talking to the chat? Because I don't understand the Ides of March.
Well, you go to Wikipedia. I can't explain it any more than it's referenced in Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare.
Sure.
That's where I first heard it.
It says it has something to do with the reference dates in relation to lunar phases. So Ides refers to the first. No, I went to historychannel.com. I'm not on Wikipedia.
History Channel for Jill.
Not a Wikipedia, a Wicca, like a sorceress.
Oh, a witch? No,
the Ides of March is the day on the Roman calendar marked by the Ides, roughly the midpoint of the month of Martius, corresponding to the 15th of March in the Gregorian calendar channel. It was marked by several major religious observances and was a deadline for settling debts in Rome in 44 BC. And I would like to say that Wikipedia is actually rather politically incorrect because it should be BCE as opposed to before Christ. It would be before current era. But that's
BC is just fine.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of BC myself. It became notorious as the date of the assassination of Julius Caesar, which made the Ides of March a turning point in Roman history. There we go. And
there we go. And like, share, and subscribe on the Gregorian channel.
Well, thank you so much, Booger 414, for turning this directing our attention to what date it's
fun and educational.
And McPhoenix says, I will see you all in 30 minutes. And this was 30 minutes ago. So it's true. McPhoenix is here. He says, hey, sweetie. Hail, panel guests. Hail to all in the chat. Smash that lick button.
Yes, lick the button.
I gotta lick the damn thing now? Shit.
No, don't do it. You'll probably
I just clicked it with my right front paw. I was number 4.
These snozberries.
Snozberries.
Clicked in a damn thing earlier.
We are the dreamers of the dream.
I'm still half
and
asleep.
He says, You're early. I'll be running my Friday morning errands. Spending my husband's paycheck.
Oh
Catch
dear.
y'all later. Oh, my hubby's paycheck. Excuse me.
Oh
Yeah, it's
my.
like, oh dear, she's spending her hubby's money.
Yeah.
That's a wife's job. So
It
Yeah,
They
is.
all do that. They all
Penny,
do that.
Can you grab me a PS5 while you're out?
Yeah. Make that 2 PS5s, one for
There you
me and
go.
one for Scotty.
Please.
I just take the money. I don't care about the PS5.
No, but also it would be cheaper to send one to Stone Racket because I'm in Canada. The shipping is going to be murder.
Yeah, my
yeah, you have to-
my oldest nephew has a PlayStation 5 and I don't.
That was one of the worst things is that my brother-in-law has a PS4 and I got him the Spider-Man game, which is amazing. The first one for the PS4. And I want it. I've always been an Xbox guy. And so, but with the Spider-Man game, I want a PS4 or 5.
It sounds like you just need an upgrade to your system in general.
Hey,
Sounds like a thing.
good morning, Pop.
Good
Yeah.
morning, pop culture curator.
Morning,
Good
Pops. What's up?
morning, Pop culture curator. So glad to see you.
And Daniel.
Dan's here. Booger414 says, I'm thinking of changing my avatar. I have been using the Angry Bird of Prey for a while. Ooh, what are you thinking of changing it to, Booger?
A
Change it to a
cloaked
booger.
bird of prey. Bird of prey.
Change it to a booger.
That'd be funny. It would just be a picture of space.
Yes. That was the joke.
I know, but it's early, so my brain is processing things very
Look,
slowly.
Jill, it's an IDIC.
Hey, Aravic Sonder.
Yeah. Hello to Aravic Sonder. It is. Here. I'll play. Oh, I haven't fixed it yet, but
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
Well, I didn't see his medallion. I just saw a rather
he's just
no comment.
you don't like Diana Mulder.
I do not like. She does nothing for me. Never
I
has.
like
Never
her.
will.
I like her.
Oh,
Bunch of-
fuck.
Well, Jill likes Diana Mulder, and it's Jill's channel, and there you go. And I will be quiet.
No, but I think that I was going to rise in solidarity with you. I've never understood people who think that she's hot, even in her younger days. She always looked like a handsome older woman, even when she was 20.
Yeah, she just, as an actress, let's just keep it at that. As an actress, I just,
Yeah,
doesn't do a thing for me, and
Me either.
I can say that for a number of individuals, but
myself included. So
Oh,
you speak for me. Thank you.
in
Meow.
TNG, and in TNG, the hairdressing department didn't do her any favors.
Or LA Law, for that matter.
Oh, that they didn't do it either. Jeez.
You know what they did? And this is my favorite thing that Diana Muldaur has ever done, is that she had a character on LA Law. I don't know the name of the character, but when they wanted to finally get rid of her, they pushed her down an elevator shaft. And thank
Oh my
heavens.
god.
Oh dear.
Well, that's one way to get out of writing for a character.
Exactly.
Booger414 says the phrase Ides of March was a thing, but it obviously wasn't a death reference before Caesar.
Exactly.
It was a tax day. That's what I learned. Hey, Captain Fandom Nerd.
Hey, Captain,
Hello
what's up?
to Captain Fandom Nerd. And Booger414 says calling BC before Common Era is a fallacy. Since the starting year remains the same, we all know what it means and what is being avoided.
Yes,
Yes.
Booger. That's right.
No
Yeah,
argument.
I can say before Christ without being,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, it's fine with me. I mean, all
Ooh.
right with me.
What was that about speaking of Spider-Man? I do enjoy speaking of
Spider-Man? Did
Spider-Man.
somebody say Spider-Man? Read this.
Speaking of
Booger.
Spider-Man. Oh, go ahead.
No, please, Stone Rocket, you.
Yeah, Booger414 says, speaking of Spider-Man, there are rumors of a Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 4.
There,
Interesting.
I want to circle back to that. I'm going to write it down, and I want to talk about it in a second, but we have to get through the rest of the chat.
Booger 414. Wow. And also good morning to good morning to Daniel.
Hey, Daniel's Hot Topics.
I'm not sure of the new avatar yet. Might even stick with Trek. Or take a small pic of my Klingon costuming days. Oh, hey, that'd be fun.
Yeah, there you go. Let's try that one, Booger.
Let's see some cosplay.
Yeah, some cosplay.
Just like me and my hat.
I agree that Diana always looked older. I never bought her as the love interest of
McLeod. Oh my God, Booger, I love you.
No, that's an old show.
Yeah.
At least she came into her own look on LA Law.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. I kind of grew up with her on LA Law and Next Generation. And so I always looked at her. I don't know how old she was. She was probably in 45. And she always looked like a grandma.
Damn it, Scotty.
What? I'm not wrong. Ervik says, today is the last day of virtual teaching because of the snow. Then it's spring break, baby.
That's funny because this is spring break for me, and so it's over before and everybody else has spring break.
Yeah, that's interesting how that goes. The two major competing universities in my state, their spring breaks never coincided. It's just weird.
Subspace chatter. Hi guys, enjoying this chat. Live long and prosper.
Yay.
Long life to you, Subspace chatter.
Yes.
Yeah.
How's your morning?
Here's to more subspace chatter.
I'm old enough that it wasn't called cosplay when I was doing it, says Burger414.
Yeah. Decent.
What was it called?
It was just called dressing up as a character, I guess. I don't know.
It was called Look at That Weirdo. He's a Klingon.
It was.
Yes.
It was. No, it's just going to the Star Trek conventions or science fiction conventions dressed as your favorite science fiction character, I guess. I don't know. Just hey, look at that Klingon guy.
I don't know either. Let's find out.
Hey, look at that Spock guy.
Well, and what was it? Years ago, I have a Brody from Mallrats costume, and I have a Randall from Clerks 2 costume. And I also, at the time, had a Hunter S. Thompson costume with the Vegas visor and everything. And I would go out in public like this all the time. I was single, obviously. And no, in between then and now, I did enjoy the touch of a woman. Thank you so much.
Yay.
But I went out and a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine, he was like, dude, I wish I could go out in public dressed as my favorite movie characters. And I was like, you can. And he's like, no, I have dignity.
Yeah, I wasn't
like, well, that's rude.
I wasn't.
What you failed to mention is that all your costumes are kind of low key. You can't even tell what you are unless you know. But go ahead, Sunracket.
I just wanted to make it clear to Scotty, I wasn't laughing because you were single. I was just laughing because I still am. And it's like, I don't, it's kind of, but
come on, we're all looking for someone who will put up with us. And so making fun of me because no one will put up with me, that's fine.
I'm Booger414 says, with public costuming like that, you didn't remain single? Yeah.
Well, no, it's funny because I had the movies smock from Clerks 2, and I was outside at my then girlfriend's. Hey, Bird of Prey. I just want to finish this story.
Morning, Bird.
Good morning. I'm going to wait for the story to end.
Aren't you? Yeah, no, but say hello, world, and everything.
Hello, world. It's Bird of Prey 5. Kapla.
So I was outside on the patio, and I was wearing the movies smock from Clerks 2, and my girlfriend at the time was working in a restaurant, And she went, or the server who I had ordered a beer off of went back into the restaurant and said, "There's a guy outside who looks like he's working at a carnival." And my girlfriend said, "Oh, that's my boyfriend." And everyone laughed because that's a joke that you would make about some idiot wearing purple and yellow. And she was like, "That's not a joke. That's actual." And so, yeah. Anyway.
Oh, that's just Scotty. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Scotty.
Story of my life.
Oh boy, oh boy. Hey, look at me. I got an LDG on my panel. Hello.
Hey.
There he is.
LDG as the world turns.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Was I just advertised as like a pet or a bug?
Or like a big shot.
Yeah. No, that's yes. What Bird said. More like a celebrity than
A celebrity, yes.
Celebrity.
Yeah.
Wow.
You just need to put
Are we
a
talking like a
starship
Tom
on that
Green
world.
celebrity, or we?
no,
I
I
was-
mean a
no,
guy
appreciate it.
who has 40K subscribers.
Update 50K.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Damn it, LEG.
Yeah, I woke up to a nice little present this morning.
Hey,
Not
it's
the one
Mr.
from
Random
his
that's woke
dog.
up.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, and another one. But yeah,
Amber
no,
Heard
appreciate
pooped on
it.
your bed?
Thank you. You know what? It's starting to maybe like a gold nugget, but anyway.
The usual thing.
Golden
No,
brown.
but and to be fair, LDG, I was advertising you like a Tamagotchi. Sorry.
Appreciate it.
My.
Well, yeah, and I was. I guess I started it. I don't know.
Wow, Booger. He met his wife at a Star Trek convention.
Oh, that's
Oh,
cool.
wow.
perfect.
Perfect.
Mm.
Last September was our 30th anniversary, so finding someone who shares your brand of crazy is critical.
Agreed.
That's sweet. That's a sweet.
So
Sweet
30
story.
years ago at a Star Trek convention.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, but
That would have
when like
been,
that's next generation era. Don't forget how old you are.
Mm-hmm.
let's say, is
And
that
that's a good time to
DS9
be Star Trek
or
fan.
TNG?
TNG. Oh well, what is it? So 94. So probably DS9.
Yeah, but I'm sure at that point Booger was enjoying both.
Well, and I'm happy. I'm very happy. I hate to be a stickler.
We're all happy.
That's amazing.
I'm still trying to wake up.
Well, I met my husband at university, and he showed me Stargate, and I showed him Star Trek. So
Yay.
finding your own brand of crazy, very, very good,
That's sweet.
good idea.
And they're both good.
Subspace Chatter says, "Morning to Captain Fandom Nerd and Bird."
That rhymes.
Nerd. Nerd and the bird. Okay.
The word is the nerd and the bird.
Captain Fandom Nerd says hello to Subspace Chatter. And there we are.
Do you guys care about Spider-Man 4 or no?
Oh, yeah, we can look at Spider-Man 4, no problem. Let's see what the internet says about the thing.
Ooh, interesting. Let's go to the, for lack of a better term, the subspace chatter. But
It's
I
just a
would-
rumor, though, right? I mean,
yes, and I heard about it. I heard about it from Thomas Hayden Church, who played Sandman in Spider-Man 3. And so they were talking about the possibility of him coming back. But this was an interview done before Spider-Man No Way Home, which is when they have Toby, Andrew, and the other guy,
Tom Holland.
Yeah.
The other guy.
Yeah.
And
Man,
so
my
I'm
ad
not.
blocker is not working.
It's just such a strange situation. I don't know if I would be amicable towards a Spider-Man 4. Just because it's been a while. Like, are we going to get Kirsten Dunst back as Mary Jane? Are they going to be married and happy together? What's the deal? I don't know. Obviously, like Rosemary Harris is still alive, original Mary Jane, or sorry, Aunt May.
Aunt May, yeah.
And so I'm not 100% on that. I don't know if I want to pick
Sorry.
up where we left off.
I don't know.
years ago.
That's a good question. It depends on if they can make it a lot better than Spider-Man 3.
Well, all they have to do is make it better than either of the Amazing Spider-Man movies, the ones with Andrew. Like, I think Andy did a great job in No Way Home, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it would be more
he-
appropriate to pick up from the Andrew Garfield ones than the Tobys.
Yeah, Andrew was totally redeemed in No Way Home. I thought that was fantastic. They did
Wasn't
that.
it lovely when
Yeah.
he catches
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a great. This is a great film. It's a great film.
I wouldn't go that far. It's a
I think it was.
It's
it was great.
I thought it was the best of the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, and it had real stakes. You know,
Hail to Rod Thunderheart, and Pop Culture Curator wants to know, you got your stream elements working? I didn't do anything. It just kick-started on its own. I have no idea what happened.
But don't forget to subscribe to Pop Culture Curator.
Mine don't work at all.
For sure.
I assume that's the situation. Is we're looking for links and promotions. There we are.
LDG disappeared.
Yeah.
Where did he go? Maybe he was upset. We're talking about Spider-Man.
He doesn't like
No, he
Spider-Man.
doesn't.
Oh,
He
really?
doesn't. No, it's his way. It's like when Spock disappears in the park in Star Trek 4.
LDG went to the moon.
Oh, is LDG swimming with the whales?
He might be.
Went to the moon.
They're not the hellier whales.
Yeah.
They like
Oh, they are.
Maybe they're talking to that man in there.
Yeah. What's that man doing? I can still hear my younger sister laughing it up, and that when we all went to that. Back in those glory days of great cinema.
That's amazing.
Well, I think Star Trek 4 is the first Star Trek movie that I saw in theater.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you're a young guy, you know. So,
I'm Gen X, yo.
yeah, I was there. I was 20 years old when the first Star Trek movie was
The
released
first
in
thing Scotty
'79.
remembers was watching Star Trek, so that's
No.
why.
Cool.
That's
That's
why
fine.
Yes.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
I was still in high school, I think, when I seen the motion picture.
Well, what year did Voyage Home come out? 86?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, 86.
And so I would have been 8. Not the first movie I saw in theaters, but that was the first Star Trek movie that I saw in theaters.
Yeah.
Hey, McPhoenix.
I turned a year old.
In 86?
Yeah.
Did you see Star Trek 4?
Really?
I don't know. If I did, I didn't remember it.
If you did, everyone in the theater was angry because your parents brought a screaming baby.
Exactly. McPhoenix says they have not effed up Stargate yet. Thank the Lord. But I think Amazon does own the IP now, so I am waiting for that massive disappointment to be announced. Ugh.
McPhoenix, they effed up Stargate in the movie. Jill,
brother.
would you like to explain why?
Well, yeah, Scotty R37 won't watch Stargate because they use the destruction of Praxis in their special effects. So he won't even give it a chance.
I'm so angry at that. When it's in the trailer, all you have to do is watch the trailer for Stargate and it shows the explosion of Praxis. And I was like, wrong movie.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me. I love Stargate. And
Wait, the original Stargate movie trailer
Yes.
has the destruction of Praxis.
Yes.
I'll be back.
Is it
in 3 to
Scotty?
5 minutes.
Is it actually in the Stargate movie?
I don't know. I haven't seen that piece of filth.
Oh, sorry. Jill, is it
Right.
actually in the movie itself?
Actually, I haven't watched the movie. I love Stargate SG-1. I haven't watched the movie that often to remember.
Yeah, I'm not a Stargate person. I've never seen any of the multiple series, but I have seen that stinking movie. once when it first came out.
Oh, you didn't like it?
Well, it was all right. I didn't think it was anything to write home about.
Well, you know what? Don't
said
worry about
serious
it
is
because I'm
better.
pretty sure Bird is going to go and find out whether or not I'm correct or not. And if he
What's
comes back and
what's
says
interesting?
that I'm wrong, then
Yeah,
I will
what's
stand corrected.
interesting about Star Trek 6 is when we went in to see that.
Well, sorry.
Yes.
But before you get to Star Trek, I want to finish off about Stargate.
Okay.
I wanted McPhoenix to know the only way that Stargate on Amazon won't be disappointing is if they allow Brad Wright to create what he's been wanting to create. And if they don't do that, then yes, it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about your Star Trek 6 experience.
Yeah, when we first went to see that on opening night, I was with my pals and I said, if I were directing a Star Trek movie, the first thing out of the gate would be a massive explosion. And that's what we get in Star Trek 6. And I pumped my fist so high and I went, yeah, like that. My friends were beside themselves with laughter. I just never will forget that. It's like, yeah, I got what I want. It's like I predicted it. And it's like it was so serendipitous. It's just crazy.
That's awesome. It's like getting your favorite Christmas present.
Yeah. Early.
Burger 414 says, I have to stop remembering so much. It makes me seem ancient.
I don't know.
Share the knowledge.
Scotty.
Yeah. What about old Stone Racket here? He's an old geezer.
Bird, did you look and what?
I
what do you
just
think?
watched the trailer.
Sure.
There is a spot at the end where it says "Eye of the Beholder," where it's a similar explosion to Praxis.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's Praxis. So
Okay.
I'm just not sure if I missed it or if you're confused.
Well, and the thing is that I may be confused. I may hold this prejudice with no good reason. And so I appreciate that you looked at that for me because I was certain. And so maybe it's about time I gave up. Maybe it's time I let this go and go check out Stargate.
You should check out at least the trailer again.
At least.
And let me know a specific time where you think you see it.
Okay.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, maybe the Trekkers in the chat can help us out with that and see if it's indeed the same effect.
You really have to be mad at it for no reason to really be like, oh my God. I feel like the Princess and the Pea.
Well, okay, so I found a discussion between fans. Has anyone noticed whether a scene from the new movie Stargate, so this was written in 1994, is a ripoff of the destruction of the Klingon moon Praxis in the opening scene of Star Trek 6? It caught my eye when I saw the promo on TV. And somebody responds, as a matter of fact, it is the same effect. Too bad for them, it has already been done. Just goes to show how wonderful Trek is when they are the first to use some new effect, and then someone comes and copies it.
I wonder if it's not. Yep, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I said, I wonder if they didn't update the trailer, or at least what made YouTube as to whatever ran on TV in 19.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know what? I think the next sentence might reveal that. It says, one point, though, that the explosion in Stargate was much smaller than the destruction of any moon.
So it's a lesser explosion.
Yeah, so the effect does look similar and just as cool, says another response.
Ultimately,
I forgot to take note of who was doing the special effects for the movie.
What it comes down to is that maybe I should let go of this prejudice and actually watch Stargate and enjoy it for what it is instead of comparing it to something completely different.
I was wondering.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, I was wondering if ILM did the effects for both films.
Possible.
Yeah.
That's my thought is that they, had a very similar shot. I mean, certainly I can tell you for certain the explosion is not a moon.
No. I thought it was actually like they shoot the Stargate into space and then it blows up and that's what happens. But I don't know. I've never seen the movie.
But no, that doesn't happen in the movie.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Bird?
Oh yeah, of course I've seen the movie.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Would you recommend it?
Yes, absolutely.
That took a while, but I'll
Yeah.
do it.
Well, the question was, for somebody who's already seen Stargate, the series, yes or no, but I realized it doesn't matter. The answer is yes either way.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So, are you saying you want to review Stargate? One of these Fridays.
You better not be talking to me.
McPhoenix says, I keep seeing YouTube videos of Brad Wright trying to get Stargate started again, and it's supposed to be a continuation, not a reboot. That's the only way to do it. I love this idea, but I fear the Lord of the Rings treatment, which will happen unless Brad Wright is given control.
Well, but also, like, I know I'm not a Lord of the Rings fan. I'm not a Game of Thrones fan. I know that those two sort of intellectual properties have been thrown asunder by modern creatives. But I look at something like Quantum Leap, where it is a continuation with the new one, and it's like somewhat faithful, but is it still as good as the original? And I tried.
Well, yeah.
And
Bird
it's
of Prey
not
5
bad.
actually
It's just
watched it.
not as good as the original. Like,
Yeah,
I
it's watchable,
appreciate them. It's
but
like new Night Court. I like new Night Court, but I'm not going crazy over it because I love the original Night Court.
Bird of Prey 5 actually watched the newer Quantum Leap. I have not seen it.
I've seen it.
there's a couple of episodes that are really cringe, but
Yeah.
It's still good though.
for the most part, it's a decent series.
Mhm.
And that's what I've heard is that it's, you know, but again, it's I don't want to say pales in comparison. It's just like if you hold it up
Unfortunately,
against the original,
I
then
think it's over
tough.
already.
I heard that it was canceled. Yes.
Yeah, so I think we're
Really?
Yeah,
They're
I-
not doing any more?
the
I-
end of it.
Are you guys still talking about Night Court?
No, talking
Quantum
about
Leap.
No, but
Quantum
you
Leap.
can.
Oh,
No, but you
Quantum
can
Leap.
talk about Night Court if you like.
Oh
So
no,
that
I just wanted to mention real quick. I didn't watch that series, but when I would come home over the holidays, my folks liked watching Night Court, and when it showed the judge's chambers, you know, my dad goes, "Who's that a picture of?" You know, and I just went, "Oh, that's Jean Harlow." So he
Oh,
had a
yeah.
big member. I can't think of the judge's
Harry
name.
Stone.
Harry Stone. He had basically a big picture of Jean Harlow. And I did. My dad goes, "Who's that?" I go, "That's Jean Harlow." I mean, you can't stump the old stone racket, but he tried.
No, but also like my appreciation. And sorry, guys, but my appreciation of Night Court is also part of the reason why I appreciate classic films. Like
There you go.
And it was sort of the interactions between Harry and Dan. And Dan would always get mad at Harry because he was like, "I'm sorry, I was born in the modern century." And Harry was always like, he was always about Mel Torme and classic films and all that jazz.
Yeah.
And he wore the fedora and everything like that.
That's
And
probably
so,
why my dad liked that show then.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but I appreciated it. I thought it was very whimsical and lovely. And I do, like, I've seen a couple of episodes. I wouldn't say that I'm an aficionado of the new Night Court, but I do appreciate it because it reminds me of it. And it's
Okay.
and maybe that's the same sort of sitch with when I've seen the new Quantum Leap. It's like it reminds me of the old one. It's just a little off. Same deal.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not
just
quite-
as long as they
quite
aren't
right.
destroying it. I mean, making it
No.
super
they're not.
woke and all
Yes,
that. you know.
I much prefer it. You know, not quite living up to the original, but it's not actively there to disrespect or destroy.
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
Mhm.
That's-
Well, and it's got
that's
Ernie
a
Hudson.
step up these days.
Oh,
Oh,
Ernie
yeah.
Hudson,
Oh
excellent.
yeah,
He's
Yeah,
a
Ernie Hudson's-
Ghostbuster.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Quantum
So-
Leap has Ernie Hudson, not
My starred tab reminds me of recent members. Actually, I thought Aretha Bell had been a member
Aree.
for a while. And also, Darth became a member in the past month, and
It's
so did you.
also a renewal. When they renew, it also
Oh,
shows
okay.
up.
So
Or
it's checking
if
new. Oh,
someone-
it's a renewal. That makes
if
sense.
someone bought them a membership,
Yeah, I actually
That-
canceled my membership recently.
that would come up.
You
Oh,
canceled
look.
your membership to Jill's channel?
Wow.
I was angry.
Ah.
Oh, you canceled it. Oh, okay. That's okay.
And also, I'm poor. Let's not forget I don't have money.
Yeah, I know.
I
Like
thought you were
a
gifted
dollar.
a
Nobody
membership,
has a
Scotty.
dollar.
No, I did pay for the most recent one. I did pay for it.
Oh,
And I still have it until March 28th. Maybe I was just
Wow.
concerned about, I didn't want it to come off of my credit card because I only have a limit of $1.
You only have a
Well,
limit of $1 on your.
American dollars.
That's a really
Which is
That's really small.
$10 Canadian.
Wow.
kind of like bullshit to me.
It is. It is. I'm making all of this up.
I certainly.
Daniel's Hot Topic says, "Are you talking about the potential Spider-Man 4?"
Yes.
Well, we were, but now we're going to talk about what?
Praxis.
How cheap Scotty is.
Spider-Man 5.
Spider-Man 5.
Well, no, we could still talk about Spider-Man. Wait, what is this? What's going on?
I don't think we should. It made LDG leave.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
I hope we
Would
didn't
you-
upset him.
Would you be so kind as to excuse me for one moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't forget to wash your hands.
I will wash my hands.
He's gonna go hang out with LDG.
To the moon with Scotty.
What happened?
Scotty went to the moon.
Yeah, to the moon.
moon.
Bang, zoom.
Yeah,
Not because it's easy.
because it's hard.
Is Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 4 finally coming to life? It says, okay, so this is like from the Economic Times. I picked them. Wait, people have been waiting for this for 10 years? Okay.
Daniel.
Yeah, it was
knows.
canceled. It was just a big stink. It was, it was basically, no, Sam, we're not going to let you do what you want to do. We have better ideas. And of course, that was the Amazing Spider.
Right. Thomas Hayden Church, who portrayed Sandman in Raimi's trilogy, hinted at a possible reunion with Raimi and Maguire for the long-awaited sequel. So let's see what Daniel says. I remember, okay, I was so happy to see Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man back in No Way Home. I can't stand Tom Holland. Yeah, I love Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man too. He also says, remember the comic Civil War when Spider-Man revealed himself to the world? When MCU Civil War came out, me and my other friends were saying when Spider-Man unmasks himself, it has to be Tobey Maguire.
Well, guess again, Daniel.
He also says, it has to be someone we know. Otherwise, everyone would say, who is this clown? And exactly when I saw Tom Holland for the first time, I said, who is this clown?
It's a totally different Spider-Man because it was part of the MCU.
Oh, the multiverse.
No, it's just basically it's part of the Disney / Marvel Studios, not Sony Spider-Man. So that's why they it had to be 25% different. So there couldn't be any mention of, well, I think because of rights, they couldn't be any mention of Uncle Ben, and just silly stuff like that. And so
Sounds silly.
yeah, Tom Holland doesn't bother me one way or another, but when I hear Gary Beekler of Nerdrotic, go on a rant, it's like, dude, it's not that Spider-Man. It can work on its own,
definitely
but
not.
I do agree with them that we still have not seen the comic book Spider-Man.
Yeah, but if it's not that Spider-Man, why call him Peter Parker? At least
You know, well, it's just it's complicated.
Booker 414 says, I still feel robbed by MCU Civil War. The comic version had a big connection to my hometown, which was removed from the movies.
Well, shame on those Marvel Studio people.
For sure. Booker says TV shows made from movies are rarely better than the movies. But in Stargate's case, it is.
That's what I've
better
heard.
than the movie.
Yeah.
Now, how many Stargate series are there? I mean, there's, you know, what's the Stargate, and then
There were 3 on TV.
4.
3 on TV. Okay.
And 1 web series.
And 1 web series.
Oh, yeah, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. The web series is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think it was Sci-Fi Sith Dan that was saying, you know, he loves all of them. You know, it's like can't get enough of Stargate. And it's like, is this like CSI? They're just going to keep.
Yeah, I guess.
Stargate Miami.
There's 2.
You know, Stargate.
Well, the first 2, SG-1 and Atlantis, are very similar. And they certainly, you know, are in the same universe, and you would totally believe that both series were going on at the same time, which was cool. Like they were much more
For sure.
intertwined than TNG and DS9.
Okay.
Or DS9 and Voyager.
Yeah.
Who, you know, were neither of them ever mentioned the other, aside from the first episodes.
Right.
Whereas,
for sure.
On the good thing about SG-1 and Atlantis was that they would have crossover episodes. They would mention each other. Characters would go from series to series.
Well, it was pretty clever because they could be in the same universe but still be their own thing because they went so far away from Earth. And so the crossover episodes were just whenever they needed to communicate with Earth. I do like when they made they had a series of Stargates just to communicate with Earth.
That was one of my favorite episodes. Midway Station.
So I have to thank McPhoenix for this $5 super chat. McPhoenix says, please accept this humble gift so you can give him $1 to double his net worth. Love you all.
Thank you,
That's
McPhoenix.
sweet. Scotty, you're a rich man.
Well, no, I'm twice as rich as I was a moment ago.
Scotty, you're a rich man. Scotty, you're a rich man. Like the Beatles, you know. Instead of baby.
What is happening between us?
Oh, goodness. Talk about steam heat, Jill.
My stars. This turns into an OnlyFans.
I want to keep this one a long time. He's pretty.
Delicious.
I am only for Diamato.
Oh, baby.
Now, record tapes show, although never generally revealed.
Yeah. Ooh la la.
Risk is our business.
That Miss Lincoln is simply my cat, or words to that effect.
Yes.
It's like she looks back and it's just the cat. You know.
Who is she?
It's like, yeah. Pop, how are you?
Good morning, pop culture curator.
Good morning,
everybody. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well.
Good morning.
See you.
Hello, Bird.
Very well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Snowed over today. It looks like I don't know if I'll be able to get to my doctor's appointment, but maybe that'll be a good thing.
Well, for sure, you need a break from that now and then.
Yes.
So you said you're snowed in?
Yeah, I didn't realize until I looked out the window that the snow's covering everything.
If that happened to me, I would flip out. Rod Thunderheart is still here.
Hey, Rod.
He's still here.
And the pop culture curator says Spider-Man 4 will never see the light of day.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, 20 years from now, you'll be hearing rumors about it. It's like, no.
Is that like the J.J. Abrams Star Trek 4? You'll never see the
Yes.
light of day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
thank goodness for
yes.
that.
Which is
That
fine
is
with me.
awesome. I'm so happy that we will never see Star Trek 4 with the number.
Well, it's
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
because Paramount is trying to sell itself, so they keep
Mhm.
coming up with all these false rumors that they're starting them themselves when none of them are going to come to fruition. They're just trying to
Yeah.
raise the stock price.
That's exactly what I've been hearing too. Yeah.
Well, there are rumors that they're trying to sell, and are they? I don't know, but when we see it, we'll see it.
Well, it's such
Well,
a
they're definitely
strange.
shopping around.
Like, no matter how you feel about the JJ Star Trek movies, even with the cast, and usually it would be Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, but when it comes to the JJ movies, it's Kirk, Uhura, and McCoy. Like Chris Pine, Zoe Saldana, and Carl Urban, they are too expensive to put in a Star Trek movie now. Paramount has always, or at least the people who make Star Trek movies, have always enjoyed Star Trek because it was a profitable IP at a lower cost, made by qualified individuals. That went out the window with Star Trek 2009 when they made it into a big budget Star Wars ripoff. Thanks, JJ.
Thanks,
And-
JJ. Yeah.
I don't
And
understand why Chris Pine. I agree that he has a big salary demand.
yes,
I don't understand how he deserves it.
I don't think outside, you know what? I can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that.
Yeah, outside of Wonder Woman, what is he? And even then, he's a cuck. So when you think about, I mean, what has he done? What has he done that's successful? Nothing.
Well, he did a Jack Ryan movie. He was in one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite movies called Unstoppable with Denzel Washington. He was in This Means War with Shinzon. Like he does.
Was he the headliner?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to say
Well,
hello
movies-
to SP4H. I'm sorry.
Sporf.
He
Hello.
says, "Oh, when did I turn blue?" I'm not sure, but I guess probably the last time I saw you, I turned you blue. And also,
Well, good to
Gavin
see you.
Blackburn says, "I'm at home but lurking."
Cheers.
And you may continue your discussion on Chris Pine if you wish. I just wanted to make sure to say hi.
Those movies that you mentioned, Scotty, were they like big time successful?
Well, it was one of the last movies of Tony Scott was Unstoppable. It was the one about the runaway train. And This Means War was a rom-com. I don't think it was that successful. But it was Reese Witherspoon, Chris Pine, and Tom Hardy. Speaking of Spider-Man, Venom.
But does it make Chris Pine's salary worth what he's asking for?
Well, he's well regarded. He's
So what do
well
you mean?
regarded as an actor.
So McPhoenix wants to know
I
if it's
agree.
weird that he liked the JJ track. Yes, it's totally weird, but we're so happy to see you here today.
Get out. Get right out of here, McPhoenix. No.
McPhoenix. It's a strange situation because I like the first one.
Nah.
And I like the third one, but I hate with the white hot intensity of
Well,
a thousand
most
suns,
people
the second
hate
one.
the second one.
Second one is Star Trek into dumbness.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw all of them in the theater, but I don't like any of them. And it's like, why do I keep going back? Because my friends keep dragging me back to them. Yeah, JJ I don't like him at all.
Yeah,
Well, and it's so funny because like with the Star Wars, the sequel movies with Rey and all that jazz, they made me like the prequels better.
Exactly.
And so Star Trek Beyond, the third, not directed by J.J. Abrams, only produced and directed by Justin Lin, I think.
Yes.
That movie reinvigorated my love for Enterprise because it had the Franklin, which is an
Oh,
accent.
right. I remember that.
And so that was something that I was like, I'm not a huge fan of this movie. I don't think it's terrible, but I'm going to go watch Enterprise now because I think it's better than this, which is
there
true.
you go.
Enterprise
sure.
is better than Star Trek Beyond.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So if happening upon the filth makes you want to go watch real Star Trek, then
Yes,
there's something
that's-
good to come out of it.
Yes, I agree. There's something good there that inspired you to check out the real stuff.
Yep.
Hey, all JJ Trek is an abomination. I'm with you there.
I'm with Gavin. I totally
See?
agree.
I can't
It
argue.
works for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
But,
going to say that any of it's good.
Yeah. Speaking of
I don't know
Joel,
that I would say abomination.
it's pretty
I
strong
wouldn't go that
stuff.
far.
But Joel, speaking of good Star Trek, you are going to continue your behind the scenes stuff for Star Trek 3 sometime, I hope.
Oh yeah.
You have notes.
No, I didn't have to. I didn't have time to collate all of that.
Uh-oh.
But I could open the book and just randomly look at stuff.
How
There
many
you go.
pages of the book?
How many pages? There's 78 pages
Yeah.
just on a. Well, I do have the text kind of large though. Let's see.
Opening
Oh,
the
I
Oh,
Bible.
like
there we go.
big text, and I cannot lie. You
So
other
by
readers can't
September
deny.
16th, 1982, Bennett turned in his initial storyline from the film titled Return to Genesis. And then I highlighted Romulans as villains instead of Klingons. Davik
Yeah.
confessing her love for Kirk. Sulu masterminding the stealing of the Enterprise to save Spock. Wait a minute. It didn't happen like that. But I guess
No.
this was the original. This was the first draft, I guess, or something.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Sulu's
Yeah,
always getting the shaft. It's like,
Yeah.
let's have this extra
No pun intended.
this scene in Star Trek 4 where you meet your great grandfather or whatever it was, and they cut it out.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, but the last one says Spock being discovered as a primitive Neanderthal on the Genesis planet. Almost.
No, I don't like that.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's I'm glad they changed that.
JJ doesn't understand world building, says Gavin. Yes.
Yeah.
Just fling doo-doo on the wall and see what sticks.
Yep.
Man,
He was a primitive Neanderthal. It might have made the Ponfar a little easier, a little
Oh,
more
dear.
acceptable.
Oh
I
dear.
don't know. If he was.
Yeah,
an
I think
adult.
they had Spock going through Ponfar a little too early in his life. In that
I don't
movie.
know. He looked mature enough.
He was like 17.
Yeah. When did you lose your virginity? You don't have to answer that.
I won't.
Oh dear.
damn, that's
Yeah,
scary.
Well,
Let's,
no, I was 17. That's the whole thing.
17.
That was 16.
Well, you beat.
McPhoenix says, I loved
I'll let you guys
all the
know.
orange. Ooh,
You'll
Go ahead.
let us know.
oh my God.
I'm hoping,
And best wishes to you, Bird.
I'm hoping soon.
Kapla bird.
Kapla.
One of these Valentine's days.
I loved all the original Trek movies, says McPhoenix, even the TNG movies. I saw all but the first two in the movie theaters. And Star Trek Generations is the only movie to make me cry in public. Oh, wow.
Ooh. It was
I
the
cried
first.
during
It
Kirk's
was the
death
first.
scene.
Yeah, that was the first
Yeah, it
movie
made
that
me
made me
cry
cry in
too.
public.
But, me too, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I'm with Pop. I didn't cry, but I know what you mean there, Pop. I was enraged. I don't
Well,
like.
For me, it was
yeah.
a funeral. It was the funeral of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. McPhoenix says, I cried like a little girl to this day. I still shed several tears.
Yeah, that's
when I see that scene.
yeah, I don't want to take that away from
Mhm. Well,
I
you
don't-
won't.
I don't want to make fun of it or anything, but yeah, if it really upsets somebody, it's like that's serious stuff, and it's for me, it just made me angry. I just,
Well, right.
If Kirk's going to go out, it has to be worthy of Kirk. You
Right.
know,
he should have gone on the bridge, not under one.
yes.
With his crew.
And speaking of crew, James Cassard is here. He says,
Hey,
"I'll go
James.
wherever Joe will go." Well, here I am, and here you are.
Just don't get too creepy when you follow.
Yeah, it's like I was going,
James Caserta follows.
Yeah, I just kid around when I say I'm a Jill groupie, but James Caserta, that's I don't know.
Well, that's what
borderline.
Everybody's
That's
just
borderline PvP.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Just kidding, PvP. Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
we like to kid
I know
PvP.
I know you're just kidding, but it's way too early for PvP. He's not even awake yet.
Nobody is
Or
on
he's
work
busy.
today, so he should be along soon.
Work? What is work?
I've heard of it. Hey, Brogu.
Rogo is here.
Yeah, happy retirement, Stone Racket.
Why, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Jill, Kapla, everyone.
Kapla.
Hello there.
Jolan True.
Here we go.
See, and and I kind of want to ask Pop and Stone Racket in regards to the in regards to generations. Like I think I was probably like, when did Generations come out? 94?
Yeah,
Good question. I don't
I think
know
it was
right
about 94.
Okay.
And so I was about 16, and so I had seen the original series in reruns, and I'd grown up with it, and then it took me a little while to ease into the next generation. And so when I saw Generations in theaters, I was very taken by the movie because I was excited to see the Next Generation crew. And I did think it could have been better in regards to the launching of the Enterprise B. It was originally written with the entire crew, but then they were like, we're not paying for this, and it's not going to happen in terms of the production. Now, I'm curious, just based on your preferences, is it your opinion of Star Trek Generations, is that more rooted in your affection to the original series and less so to the Next Generation? Because I thought that I think that Star Trek Generations is the best Next Generation movie.
Yes,
and I'm curious.
Yes, we had my entire live stream.
And exactly. And I'm curious for Stone Racket and Pop, like, is it your preference towards the original series crew that makes you feel somewhat put off by Generations?
For me, it's the fact of what I just said about if you're going to take out Kirk, which I objected to all around. I just think it was those slimeball producers seducing Shatner. It's like, well, Spock had a great death scene. We got to have one for your character, and the grooming his ego. And it's like, it was nice seeing the two captains together. That part of the movie.
I agree
Hello?
with you now.
They bribed William Shatner also with horses.
Okay,
that's true. That is very true.
But
well, it's not only that, but it's almost like they bribed William Shatner with the paychecks of the other TOS cast members.
Well, I don't know, because like even with Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley, who were supposed to be on the Enterprise B at the beginning of the movie, DeForest couldn't be there, if you will, couldn't be there just because of his health. And Len said, no, I don't want to. And they said, well, you could direct it. And he was like, even worse, no.
Right,
like
he has
He would have been okay with it if they would have let him get into the script and actually rewrite some things and make it better. But they weren't allowing him because they did so many terrible things in this movie. They didn't have to do so many casualties that were not required just for the sake of spectacle. Robert and Renee are just Picard's family members who just die in a fire off stage just so that Patrick Stewart can have a Oscar moment or whatever, just crying.
Yeah.
He didn't, not that he won anything for it, but it feels like that's what all that was for. There was no purpose for it.
Well, and that's one of the funny things is that and this is why I like Next Generation, this is why I like Generations better than any of the other Star Trek movies, is because that is the only movie where I actually see Patrick Stewart being Jean-Luc Picard. And after that, it was like people talk about Shatner's ego, but it's always been coupled with his characters. But for First Contact, Insurrection, and Nemesis, and then even worse, once we get into the television revival of Picard, it's like, this isn't even that character anymore. You're not Jean-Luc Picard. You are fanning the flames of your own ego.
Yeah.
I think Patrick Stewart is worse than Shatner. I do not like Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Well, I used to.
Yeah, me too.
Those were the days.
It hurts, doesn't it?
But yeah, it does. And then that's not even the start. Then in Generations, there were 4 unrescued station crew members that they never go back for. The Dura sisters are killed for no reason. The destruction of the 1701 D. I guess that they had a cinematic reason for it, but it's just like, oh, now they're always destroying starships.
Well, but speaking of reusing special effects, like that's a movie that reused the television special effects.
I don't know about that, Scotty.
Sure?
The cinema, that crash of the D, watching it in theaters, it was amazing. And then we got to see it again.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody was clapping. It was.
I was
you can only get away with that.
I was clapping, but for a different reason.
I was clapping because at least they found Spot.
Well,
I was happy to see the ship crash, and I'm glad that Troy was in control of it at the time. I never liked the design, so I'm sorry, guys. Shoot me now.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Personal preference.
No, that's cool. That's what I'm with you on that, Pop.
I mean, I know they wanted to get rid of the D because they wanted a ship that would look better in movies going forward.
Oh, that worked out.
Well, that means that they were even admitting that the ship was ugly at that point.
Yeah, Jill, did you say something about?
That's true. That is the main reason why they destroyed it, Bird.
Jill, did you say something about Data's cat?
I did. They found Spot after the ship crashed.
And he was, and Spot was okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my favorite part.
Yeah, so much of that movie I have forgotten for good reason. And I only saw it once in the theater, and that was enough. Like I've said before, my younger sister refuses to watch it because she knows Kirk dies in it. She's a big Kirk fan.
Well, your ship.
I know. I know. Lots
of people. I suppose you're going to ask about your fish.
The fish died.
Livingston is dead.
What are we talking about?
Picard's fish.
Picard's lionfish. He has a lionfish.
I don't remember that
in his office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, in his ready room.
Mm-hmm.
In his ready room.
Big bubble in the corner. Yep.
I don't remember that at all. I just remember the stuff on the wall with the previous starship designs or whatever. But
that was the first and second season.
Yeah. See, I'm not a TNG person. I don't.
That's cool.
You know, I unlike. I feel sorry for people that put themselves through the Picard crap, but I can go back.
Oh, me too.
I can go back
Well, I
and
appreciate your pity.
and watch TNG and just enjoy it for, you know, what it was back then. I divorce everything from what these idiot actors have been doing recently. I just go, no, these are the characters. This is the classic years for this series, and I can live with that. But there's some people
Agreed.
because of recent, you know, political activism and other things, they just go, I can't watch TNG anymore. But
I
it's
know
like,
that's really well, I can
you know,
encapsulate for me the TNG, they're in their own little time capsule. I can go back and watch TNG any day, and the new stuff doesn't poison me to that
that's good. I'm
because
glad
it's
to hear
not
that.
real.
I'm glad to hear that, because I refuse to let that any of that, you know, political activism and the new, or the filth, as you know, R.M. Briggs calls it. I
Yeah,
refuse
and
to
she's
let
right to
that.
call it.
Yeah, I refuse to let that take away my enjoyment of what I watched before.
So can
You
you
know,
still watch the? What about Star Wars original trilogy?
same thing with Star Wars. Whatever KK and her flying monkeys are doing, like I've said on Doomcock's member streams, nothing that those bastards do will ever take away my enjoyment of the
She
original
did.
trilogy.
Well,
She
those
just.
Klingon bastards, they killed your son.
She just ignore the retconning.
What was that?
Who does?
You just ignore the retconning.
Oh, you mean what Lucas himself did with the special editions, or are you talking about what KK has done?
Well, it's been retconned ever since after Return of the Jedi. Like that's why I wasn't a fan of the prequels, because I think they were retconning the originals.
Yeah.
And then we
Okay.
get the sequels who retcon both of them or all of them. Or
Oh,
Okay.
here's a
Yeah.
question for everybody on the panel. If you could decide which Star Trek movie Grogu gets to watch, which one would you have him watch? He
Star Trek
has them
4.
all. Star Trek 4.
Or
Star
something
Trek
that
4
cheer
is
you
one.
up.
It's always
Something that's not going to depress you.
Yeah.
Something that you cheer along with the movie.
Yes.
And it leaves a good taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
From the opening, from the moment that Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home materializes, and if you even want that swelling of a heart of a remembrance of the Challenger crew, because it's dedicated, and once Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home beams in, and you get that outstanding score, the probe comes in, everything about Star Trek IV makes you feel good all day.
Hello, computer.
Exactly.
No Berman, no Braga, and
yeah,
none of that. The horrible writers' room from TNG. This is when Star Trek was still Star Trek.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Do you mind stopping that noise?
Double dumbass on you.
Yes, double dumbass on you.
No, but I know that there are differing opinions, but I'm just glad that
Double dumbass on you.
all get together and double dumbass on each other.
Sorry, I interrupted you with that.
No, I don't care. It's fine.
It's not in my top 3 favorite Trek films, but it's very enjoyable. It was a breath of fresh air after what we went through with the Star Trek 2, 3, double punch in the gut.
Right. Yeah, the emotional roller coaster. It was good to have an uplifting one.
Yeah, I like you very much, but they are not the hell your whales.
Yeah. It was a good opportunity to cleanse your palate.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that with.
That's what was so.
Yeah.
It was it was like okay, a clean slate. I still remember at the end of Star Trek 4 when it showed them aboard the 1701A, and we're thinking, okay, now the adventure is beginning. We're gonna move forward. We got years and years of Star Trek ahead of us, and then lo and behold, Shatner shits the bed.
Yeah.
I love Cybok.
The very next movie.
Yeah.
I love Cybok.
Yeah. Well, he wanted his chance to direct, but
he got it.
It's that favored nation clause. What Leonard Nimoy would get Shatner would
Me
get,
Too contract.
and vice versa. And it's like, well, I want to direct it, and it's like, oh no.
And verbatim out of Shatner's mouth, screw Paramount. And by that means also screw the fans. Obviously, is what he meant.
Honestly, when it comes to the original 6 Star Trek movies, I think that Star Trek V is the closest to an original series episode.
Maybe a season 3 episode.
That's right. That is absolutely correct.
Sense. It makes sense that it feels like an episode because it is Captain Kirk's fever dream. He passed out in Yosemite.
I have to go have a cigarette. Thank you. You guys can continue talking about this bullshit theory.
Hey, why is it a bullshit theory when you see the elevator shaft go on forever and it changes numbers, like it skips numbers and then it goes back to the same number? It's obviously a freaking dream.
Yeah, Jill, if that
yes.
works for you, which I like that theory of yours. It makes the whole movie more palatable. It's just a fever dream. they're still camping in Yosemite.
Whatever helps take the pain away.
Yeah.
It makes the movie amazing. But this particular clip is for Pop Culture Curator, and it usually is when I'm playing it, even if he's not here. But he's here, so.
I would never live in the 24th century. I fucking hate the next generation. Only the original series, only classic.
There you go.
Not a bunch of pussies in space, right?
Yeah. Discussing their feelings. I want Kirk to beam down and kick alien butt.
and this is from someone who loves the next generation. It makes me so happy.
What was that?
No.
Oh, no. Jim is saying Jim's dogs are big fans of the next generation, and they're very upset.
Oh no.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion. And I know this is not a popular one, but Braga and Brandon, whatever their names were, I think were horrible hacks, and they were the demise.
Berman, Rick Berman and Brandon Braga.
Yeah, they were the beginning at the end of Trek.
I
know. I'm sorry. No offense, guys.
No, that's
James
okay.
Concerta says Ronald D. Moore brought us looking for Parmok in all the wrong places in Deep Space Nine, as well as killing Kirk. No more.
Yeah, there you go.
Patting themselves on the back after they do it too.
Yeah. Star Trek 4 for Grogu. Yay.
I like a lot of Ronald D. Moore episodes. Yeah,
that's okay, Jill.
I wish
that's okay.
That would have been Star Trek's opportunity to go back and start hiring science fiction writers. Get rid of those committees and those stock union writers. That would have been the good opportunity to do that, but they didn't do that.
Brogu says double dumbass on you, Jill, and panel.
Why? I never Brogu.
In fact, I don't think writers should be part of a union at all. I think they should be for hire, and they should have to compete for their work.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think you should be on the 15th season of a series, and the writers are there because they're part of the union. That's how we get Saturday Night Live.
And it's not bad. It's not bad to have the TV writers. They're a good integral portion of it, but the actual stories should come from people who know what they're doing in as far as science fiction goes. And so that's why it's great to have a good science fiction story that somebody brings in who's like a sci-fi author, or maybe they write for magazines or something, and they write for the show, and then the TV people take that actual good idea and then make it fit with the universe that they're building.
When they're unionized and they're guaranteed a paycheck no matter what, then that's when they start writing crap like what we're getting now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason, there's no incentive to compete to do a good job anymore.
Scotty, do you remember what you said 4 minutes ago? Because Rod Thunderheart agrees with you.
I think it was Star Trek 5.
Jill?
Star Trek 5 being too
Oh,
close.
okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, so he
To a season 3 episode. And I agree with pop culture on that one. It is a season 3 episode. Star Trek 5 is, but I think it is most in keeping with this.
Let me add something to that.
I hope that's what I was agreeing to.
It reminds me of a bad season 3 episode.
Well, let me ask you this too, Scotty. When you say it's like an episode, you mean because it's non-cinematic, right?
No, I mean that it is keeping with the spirit of the show. Like, I think that Star Trek, until recently, the motion picture was much maligned. It's almost like the On Her Majesty's Secret Service of Star Trek films for Star Trek 1. And I think Star Trek 5 is right. Like, if you look at most commentators who discuss Star Trek, the original 6 movies, 1 and 5 until recently were at the bottom of the list. 1 has sort of elevated recently, and 5 is still at the bottom of the list.
And will remain there.
And hey, different strokes to move the world. I'm cool with that.
And that's because. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute.
I can't stay. I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Okay.
Well, Bert, if you're listening, hopefully you're.
For you, Jim. I said, give me the brandy.
So I just did that so that I can make sure that I make sure to promote Bird of Prey 5's channel. I'm fairly certain he's going to have a bed live stream today, and so I'm going to. Actually, I think his link was in the chat, and I started it earlier. Here it is.
Yeah, and Bert, if you're listening, I hope everything's okay.
Yes, he did leave abruptly, so I do hope everything's okay, Bird. And
yes, sir.
Hopla.
And
we
Hail
will.
Kuroga.
Hail Kuroga, and hopefully we get a bed life today, and we get to see what's up. See, maybe know why he dashed so soon. I hope the family is good, and you're going to have a great Friday and a great weekend. Okay, Jim.
Where is it? Here we go. I just wanted to say, because I wanted to say hi to Kronos. And Kronos says in the chat, this is live? Greetings, programs. And I would like to say, I fight for the user. Because I think that was a Tron reference.
Don Lewis says, if writers had to compete for work, it might cut down considerably on the woke.
You would see the quality, right? You would see the quality triple overnight.
What is Velger carb?
It sounds like a swear.
It sounds like crap.
Carb.
Yeah.
Velger carb is a euphemism for crap in the colonial vernacular.
It sounds like something you do to a naval.
Like I previously said, when it comes to union writers, just picture Saturday Night Live. That's an example of somebody said, what do you mean? What's a union writer? Saturday Night Live. 50 years of the same writers.
Velger carb. I'm just sorry.
It's actually the name of my first album.
Write that
mind
down, Jill, and we'll just try to keep using that in your vocabulary.
I'm gonna remember it.
Felger.
Then Gorilla will never be able to buy a lottery ticket. James Caserta says, but who are the writers competing to? That's the problem.
They're not. That is exactly the nail on the head, or the head on the nail, or however you say it. But that's just it. There's nothing to compete against now, especially with all those agreements they came to during that last strike. There is no reason. There's no incentive anymore. Now don't worry. All you have to do is show up and you get a paycheck.
That's not good.
There's not. And if that doesn't make if that's not bad enough, but now you have to hire an entire room and a minimum amount of writers and give them all paychecks whether they're working or not. So it's even worse than that.
Well, and Pop, I know you and I have our disagreements in terms of modern entertainment, and I think that the one thing that we do agree upon is that it is harder to find quality writing, and whether it be television or cinematic storytelling, but there's still good stuff out there.
Yeah,
There's
but
good
if
writers
writers are
out there,
getting
but they're not.
paid,
There's good writers out there, but they're not being hired because they're
but
not part of the DEI initiative.
Oh,
so
well,
if the,
yeah.
if the writers
Yeah.
are getting paid without actually even writing, then what's the incentive to be a
AI.
better writer?
There is no
Well,
incentive. Now it's AI.
I don't think that that's as prevalent as everyone keeps harping upon.
Give them time.
Yeah, exactly. But give them time. But
They've already proven that they're lazy. What makes you think that they're going to suddenly grow a pair and learn how to start writing on their own without
And
any
even
sort
if
of
they
plagiarism?
don't completely use the AI to write the entire script, because what would come out is nonsense, they're possibly using it for brainstorming.
Yeah, I
But
mean, you think about
it's
it.
a
Only
creative tool. I don't see it as a problem.
It was a dark and stormy night.
So the Outcast Creative, I want to say hello to the Outcast Creative. He says,
Hello.
"Hey Jill, just popping in to say hi, and I sent you a Twitter DM, Lance, if you'd like to join us."
I am really looking forward to Cocoon 2: The Return.
And I think AI could be a creative tool as well in the right hands, but
yes,
we don't have the right hands in Hollywood right now.
Most definitely.
I don't know. I still think that there's creativity out there.
Yeah, some examples.
Oh,
well,
Vulgar
even-
Carb is from Battlestar
Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica.
Okay,
I like
I'm
it.
guessing
It's
it
really
means
great.
crap, right?
Yeah, it does. It means crap. Mhm.
Yeah.
Narf.
Frack.
Booger 414
Yeah,
had
Frack.
to
I
step
remember
away
that one
from a
from.
meeting,
Yeah.
and he's back now. Frack, yes, Frack is. Yeah,
That's
a
from
good
so
one, too. That's from
Feldergarb.
the-
Feldergarb
Mhm.
is also from the new Battlestar Galactica, like Frack,
Let's see.
or not? I don't know.
I don't remember it. I
don't
think it's
wanna
the
tell
original
my-
series. I think it's the original series.
Oh, okay.
Lauren
Cool.
Green?
Lauren
and
Green.
His New Wilderness?
Yeah. I
Uh-oh,
still
I
remember.
lost.
I still remember Johnny Carson's joke when Battlestar Galactica was on. He's like, Lauren Green in a science fiction show. He goes, when Lauren Green was signed up, they're talking about the series, and they mentioned asteroids. He thought that was something you got from riding a horse too long.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
See, it's funny
Booger
because
says,
Oh, sorry.
if writers had to compete, it might also keep the remakes and reboots to a minimum. That would be nice.
Except at Disney, of course, that's all they do is remakes, and they're cannibalizing their own IPs.
It's so terrible. I remember when I had a high regard for Disney.
Yeah, those
Even
days are long
begrudgingly.
gone.
They
Long
aren't
gone.
they though? Like those are long, like Touchstone Pictures and
Hollywood Pictures, yeah.
Well, Touchstone was also right.
Yeah, right.
Well,
yeah.
There's Touchstone and Hollywood. That was born out of the Eisner era of Disney, and they could and they could do. It was all because of the black hole. They're upset on and because that was so that was a little too much for a Disney film. So they said, well, let's just release our more adult fare, for lack of a better term, with Touchstone and Hollywood Pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I miss those days. I miss those days when they were churning out so many movies, and a lot of really good ones. Oh, Con Air.
Con Air
hey,
was a Touchstone picture.
Yeah,
Pop culture curator, can you read this from the chat, please?
Rob Thunderheart in the chat says, well said, yes, get rid of union writers, let independents compete, and watch the quality go up exponentially. I agree completely.
Writers like Rod Thunderheart. There you go.
Yeah. Well, and that was one of the things that I really respected about the Next Generation is when they would take spec scripts. And that's how Ron Moore got his start, by doing a spec script, and then he got hired on as a staff writer. Like I thought that was what do you call it? That was when you were hired for the quality of your work as opposed to the boxes that you would tick.
Right, the DEI boxes.
Yeah, but as soon as you're hired as a staff writer, that loses all incentive of competing for the job.
So I don't understand your argument. Like what is, so if you do provide quality work and then you are employed by the company that you provide that quality work to, does that mean that your work is no longer quality?
No, I think it should be like the relationship between J. Jonah Jameson and Peter Parker.
Well, that is
It's
the
like,
most
yeah,
abusive
you'll get
relationship
paid.
I've ever seen.
It is, but these are writers who are expecting a lot of money for doing next to nothing. So I would have to say, yes, we accept your script this week. Good job, pat on the job. I'd give him all the credit due, all the credit necessary. He did a great job. It's a wonderful script. Bring us another one like that, and you'll get another paycheck like that. I wouldn't say you're hired now. Just have a seat at the table along with everybody else.
Right.
Here's the script. We're all working on this week. No, that I do not want.
Yeah,
But-
basically
I don't
what,
understand or
know.
agree with that.
but what
Well,
what
I
Pop
actually
what Pop
don't-
wants is what it was like during the classic series.
Star Trek, TOS era, yes.
Right, where
Speaking of which, we should watch Way to Eden on
While
Tuesday.
while I do
Herbert.
prefer the original series, I don't dislike 90s Trek. I think that they had writers in the writers' room. I didn't think it was that. I didn't think it was a bad idea to hire writers who collaborate on the story, and I don't see. I also don't understand.
I think what changed everything is when they started going to season arcs, and that's where it took an entire season to tell one story. I think that was the downfall of Trek, in my opinion. I prefer the weekly format. I want if there's 30 different episodes, I want 30 different plots. I don't want 2 different plots out of 30 different episodes, and that's what TNG was.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming
Well,
from. There.
not as much TNG, but the further the
Or more
iterations
Deep
of
Space
Trek
Nine
got.
is what you mean.
Yeah. and
Chrono
Voyager
says I
and
check
yeah.
I check no boxes.
I
Okay.
check no boxes before their time.
I box no checks. No, but I agree with like Pop. You're absolutely like I think that it is a lost art, and this might be something I know that you watched the Orville with Jill, and it became much more serialized in season 3 than it did
Get a
in
room.
seasons 1 and 2.
Sorry, go ahead, Scotty. What were you saying?
Oh no, but I think that the serialization of television has been a bit of a downfall in terms of
it's a soap opera. Everything is a soap opera now.
But that's also like, and I was sort of talking about this earlier in terms of talking about modern audiences. I think that modern audiences need faster cuts, quicker dialogue, and also because television shows are dropped an entire season in one day so that you can binge 12 hours of television and then make it all work, as opposed to you have to wait till next week.
Yeah, but that's like saying that there's only an audience for new Trek. There wouldn't be an audience if we made Trek like it used to be, and I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either. Pop culture.
Well,
creators.
Strange New Worlds is very.
We're
upsetting.
evidence of that. The fact that we're here talking about it.
Yeah, totally.
Chronos
Right.
says, "Is that an Ewok?" Referring to Jim.
Yeah, who was that blonde? Who was that blonde that Jim was with?
No,
it was like Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah, I know.
I thought Jim was the Ewok. Look at that beard.
Man. You're just jealous.
I am. I couldn't grow a beard to save my life.
Oh dear.
Well, Scotty, when I shave this off, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you pay for shipping?
I'll make you pay shipping.
Okay. Well, then I'll meet you at the border.
Writers, right? Writers? That's deep.
Well, Benny Russell.
Damn writers.
Damn writers.
They do, yeah.
Double damn on those writers.
Like I said, just think of Saturday Night Live. And
Yeah, but I don't think
that's an example of television in a nutshell.
I don't think that Saturday Night Live is an appropriate comparison. And while I understand your I don't want to say disdain, but I think it's along the same lines. Like I don't like Saturday Night Live either. But I don't think that that's fair simply because it's a weekly show and it has to be topical. And I think that more talented writers can do that quickly, but I don't think that Saturday Night Live is any standard of what it takes to write for television. I think that those are one-offs.
Yeah,
it's almost like paper
sketch,
towels.
Sketch comedy, yeah, it is a completely different thing.
Right, but that's like saying, all right, in order for it to be topical, they've got to be the same writers every week. I don't understand that.
Well, no, but look
Unless
at
it's
like South
30
Park.
years ago.
Look at what South Park does in terms of its topical writing and being on the pulse of culture and being poignant and pointed.
Well,
I think that they do
it has
way
two
better
serious
job.
writers who are consistent.
But it's not just Trey and Matt.
No,
there
it's
are
not.
more
They do
people
have a
doing it.
writers team, but they're always there. They don't abandon the show.
Well, wasn't there a point where even the Simpsons writers rotated to different writers?
Yeah, they did. Welcome. I want to say welcome to Lance from the Outcast.
Hello. Wasn't sure you'd still be going.
Hello, Lance. Good to see you, Lance.
We're still here.
Who makes
still
the
here, and so-
Gutenberg a star? We do. Anyway, sorry.
Well,
I,
yes,
I
didn't
see
really
a
know much about him
Klingon.
before.
I see a Klingon battle cruiser.
Yeah, that's my Star Trek tabletop combat game.
Cool.
That's one of the models
Yeah, I like that.
in
Yeah,
action.
yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, I had the AMT model kit when it came out, and because I was not allowed by my older brother to get an Enterprise because he already had it. So, so my only choice at that time was to go with the Klingon bird of prey.
Oh, that's a cooler ship anyway. So I think you won out there.
My older brother didn't think so. He just kept mocking my Klingon battle cruiser.
You should have bought like 3 more of them and then invaded.
Oh goodness!
I've actually got
there's
6 of those.
Wow, that is that's definitely a fleet.
Surrender or be boarded.
Yeah.
Burger 414 says, "Oh yeah, this one's an old comment." He said DS9 a long time ago, back at about an hour ago. DS9 missed many crossover opportunities. Voyager did them despite obvious plot differences.
Can I tell you a brief story?
Please,
I'll
tell us a story.
try to be quick. I went to a Star Trek convention while Deep Space Nine was still on, and we were talking about crossovers. It was a panel, and there were people on stage. There were about like 30, 40 of us in the audience. It was at a hotel airport Marriott or something, and I said, I decided to wave my hand in the air, and I said, why hasn't Scotty showed up at Deep Space Nine yet? Because he's out there, he's in the shuttlecraft. Why hasn't he shown up? And someone from the panel was like, because they're in the middle of a war, ass. And I was like absolutely shut down by the situation. And it was like, yeah, no, you can't have everything that you want. I thought it was hilarious.
No, but that's a good question though. What is he doing? If he knows there's a war going on, he's going to want to help.
Well,
I don't see like that being.
He's probably out there running out of air somewhere.
Yes, exactly. He died in space.
I don't see that being any excuse to not have Scotty.
I think it's appropriate. You got Klingons attacking the station, and all of a sudden Scotty shows up. That doesn't make sense.
Why
Damn
not?
it, Scotty.
He's like,
Anyway.
hey, I need a better ship. Get me one of those. You see that Defiant? I want something like that.
Yeah, I want to
And,
run
then, and then he
about.
goes off and
What's upgrade from?
Captain Scotty. Come on.
Finally, he deservedly so.
I'm sorry. I just bored everybody with a stupid story about me being berated at a Star Trek convention. So I'll shut
But
up
I
for a
think
second.
no, that didn't bore me. That excited me because I want Scotty to have a better ship than that little shuttle that he was given.
Yes.
Booger
Yeah.
414
Nice
says-
shuttle.
It was a
Ber-
nice shuttle. It was a big
Berlinghofer
one.
Rasmussen wanted it.
It was a closet in space.
So the question is, when is Scotty coming out of the closet? Not me.
You said it, not us.
Booger
Gil,
414 says my brother had the Enterprise model, but it came with all of the Constitution class names. He was convinced to pick one for me because my middle name is one of them.
Cool.
And Lance, you were saying?
I was just going to say that if you remember the big battle scene on the promenade with all the Klingons in Deep Space Nine during the Klingon attack, my friend Dennis was the stunt coordinator on all of that.
Holy wow, that's amazing.
Dennis
Very cool.
Madalone. In fact, he was stunt coordinator on 143 episodes of Deep Space Nine.
Cool.
But
Sweet.
he said that was his favorite day, and he said they shot loads of stuff that didn't make it to the final cut because it was too violent. You know, people being like thrown off of balconies and like that rail that went around the side. They had people like civilians being thrown off that by Klingons and stabbed and things, and they were like, "Yeah, we're going to cut that
That does
out."
sound dangerous. My goodness, has he ever documented all of his experiences on Deep Space Nine? But before you answer that, I want to
I'm hoping
welcome.
to get him on my channel for an interview.
Yes, get him on his channel, and invite me.
I'm going to see if I can get him on.
You don't have to invite me, but definitely get him on. And welcome to the Comic Relief Crusader.
Is it St. Patrick's Day today?
No.
St. Patrick's Day.
Diddly diddly dee potatoes.
There
St.
you
Patrick's
go.
Stewart's Day.
I'm totally ready for the potato famine of 2024 to be happening again.
The sons of the prophet were valiant and bold. No, wrong song.
Wasn't this also a character on Star Trek?
Hey, Jill.
Hey, yeah. So St. Patrick's Day is on Sunday.
Oh,
that's right.
So yeah.
How Catholic?
Welcome.
Exactly.
Oh, I should have made you big when you had the. Oh wow! Look at that. bow. I didn't even
I
notice
know
it.
exactly. I just wanted to go a little bit over the top there, and just have the biggest bow ever.
That is the biggest bow ever.
So that's
does it spin round?
I wish it should.
Yeah, it should. Yeah. And then you reach escape velocity. It's like
That's right. That's what I get for going to Party City discount friggin' things.
Party City. Well, yeah, that's a great place.
I know. It was like the first time I was ever in there, and the wife was like, "You should get like a pot of gold and a hat on top of that and stuff like that because St. Patrick's Day is just around the corner, and you might be able to do something with that." And I thought, well, I don't know. It's not like very often I go and get a costume or anything like that, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah,
And here I
for
am.
sure. Well, you did a good job. You're prepared for the weekend. More prepared for the
am.
weekend than most people.
That's right. All I need now is the green beer and a even more slurry accent to make it complete.
Mhm. And
So-
Booger 414 says, I won a trip to the DS9 set once. I got to watch them prepare for filming and walk around the set. That's pretty
wow.
neat.
That's pretty cool.
Thanks.
You got to have Booger 414 on your show.
Mhm. Yeah, he has an experience of that.
Full immersion.
And then I see a Irish Picard.
I got some green beer over here. Aye.
I like that. And it's so foamy.
Yeah.
My StreamYard froze, so I can't do a thing.
Oh, well, that's okay. We can still hear you.
That's true.
Yep.
You can still hear me, so that's
Wes
not bad.
Cagle, Words of Truth. Yep.
Exactly.
I guess I'll look.
Wes Cagle says, yes, Disney does only two things these days: destroy their own older work by reimagining it, or buy other people's work to run it into the ground. Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
There you go.
Right. So they're in the business of IP destroying.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I
matter
mean,
if their own, it's their own, or if it's somebody else's.
it's just,
They're
they
in the business to devour now.
Yeah, they bought 20th Century Fox Studios and they haven't done a darn thing with it.
Nope.
Oh no!
It's like
they got Deadpool 3.
Yeah, but that was
we'll
that
have
that
to
was
wait until we see it.
the Deadpool 3 movie is the only film greenlit by Bob Chapek.
So
Right,
is
and
this
think
what
about-
we're doing to Disney writers?
The agony booth is a most effective means of discipline.
I think that's what Disney writers are doing to us, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was a clip of Bob Iger.
Yeah, he's all the people with actual talent have been driven out of of Disney.
They have. You guys heard? I don't know any of you guys if you keep abreast with Midnight's Edge, but that's basically what Disney did with animation as well.
Right.
Disney got rid of all their animators that weren't woke.
Yeah.
So I mean, it saturates the entire studio.
Yep. If you're male and pale, you're stale. Get out of here.
Yep. Doesn't matter if you're a writer, director, producer, an animator.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what you are.
So
You're
it's surprising
not
to me
allowed.
that's the goal now. Let's make sure everything we do is divisive and
Check out
everyone.
check
Why
out
is that
check
why is that what they want?
check out filmthreat.com and look up their D-Files articles. That's
Yes.
where it's all coming from. And then Andre, bless his heart, he's covering their stuff on these short videos, these fast take videos to summarize everything. If you want to go that route, check out Midnight's Edge YouTube channel.
Oh, definitely. Midnight's Edge is
A
awesome.
mass of conflicting impulses.
But essentially, what you have is a lot of talented people who are giving up and having to find different careers.
Yeah, they're being driven away.
Yep.
And some of them, because of that, well, I won't say, but the witch that's in charge of Disney Animation, there's an actual blacklist.
Yes, I can't remember her name either, but you're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. There's a blacklist.
Jennifer Lee. That's it. Jennifer Lee.
Jennifer Lee. Yeah. There's a blacklist, and even if you're a female animator, if you don't do
toe the line,
toe the line, and are the right side of the their particular politics, you are blacklisted.
Right, or sleep with the right people.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the
canon?
What's that?
Or if you know canon whatsoever, right?
Right.
Because that's a
right
poo-poo in the industry. Oh my God, you have knowledge about X franchise? No, we can't have you because it won't know the line. Right?
You'll be bucking against everybody if you have any knowledge of the franchise whatsoever, or especially if you care for it. Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. How dare you know anything? You
Yeah.
know? Because this is the way all these studios, Disney obviously included, but Paramount and the former Fox.
But I don't understand why they do this. Don't they want to make money? Don't they want to write good stories?
It's the message.
Problem is,
it's the message and over money, basically. Real quick, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
It's a message over money, and if you're wondering why or how can they afford it, it's because they're being funded by BlackRock and those other big companies. So that's the how and the means and the why.
I appreciate your perspective, but you've already expressed a disrespect for the people who are trying to make money anyway.
But
i.e.
I don't see how
your meaning.
disrespect has anything to do with good writing or
Well, no, but
Well,
like,
it's oh, sorry, go ahead,
no,
Scotty.
no, please, please.
Well, I mean, because here's the thing: most of these, and I dare say the name people that are in places of power, because really in reality they're just worse than pond scum. But the thing is that they're so dedicated to this ideology that they believe in, right? It's like this liberal mentality of that everything in society is wrong and therefore must be torn down and rebuilt in our image
Yes.
in order for it to look quote unquote perfect, right? And that's
it's
why
their job
you're
to change it, right?
Now, if I may,
from within, and that's why for the longest time you've seen it in advertising. That's why you're seeing it in comics with retconning origins of any sort, and that's why you're seeing it in entertainment, right?
Yes, in Star Trek in particular, Kurtzman he thought he could fix Star Trek, and that is the stupidest.
Well,
It is.
I don't
We've
think
all seen it. We've all seen it in Star Wars, Star Trek, Marvel. Like God, any kind of property. I mean, this is why this whole what was it, Babyface Inc. or whatever it is. With
the video
3D.
games, yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? It's because we're
Yeah.
so dedicated. Money be damned, we have to get the message out in order for society to conform to our belief system, and you're going to take it and you're going to love it or else,
Yes.
right?
I believe much, if I may, guys, I believe much more that never attribute something to malice when stupidity is involved.
Well, this is
and
true.
while I agree with what you're saying in terms of the pressing of the message by stupid people, I think that it is much more about having established
Who has the barking
intellectual.
dog?
No, it's Jim's dog. Like, we already saw the blonde. She's hot.
The dog agrees clearly.
Yeah, and well,
Disagree.
and I have to play to my audience. And so no, but like, I think that it is much more about the deconstruction of established intellectual properties. And this is something like, this is even from The Force Awakens, is that when episode 7 came out, I looked at it and I said from the hop, I was like, you know what? At the end of Return of the Jedi, Han and Leia were together. Luke was going to go rebuild the Jedi Order. Everyone was happy, and the galaxy was at peace. And then I get episode 7, and it's like, oh, by the way, Han Solo is a deadbeat dad. Luke is a coward, and Leia doesn't love anything. And it's like, why did you do that? And it's more about the deconstruction. They don't know how to build off of old stories. They want to take away from the old stories and then try and rebuild them on their own. And I think that is folly. And I don't
agree with you on that, Scotty.
I don't think that it is malice. I think it's, and Pop, we've had many conversations about this. I think it is lazy writing in terms of taking something that is good, busting it up and saying, we'll remake our own Lego set. Then it is actually about building something else up. And one of the reasons that I'm a huge Star Trek fan, I think I've established, is
what?
Yeah, no, I like it. It's kind of my jam. And I like it because it's about aspirational philosophy. It's about making things better. It's about learning how to interact with people and doing your job. But right now, it's all like the writing of modern era seems to be rebellion, and they are rebelling against everything. Not just the shit that is shit. Sorry about the swears. But they just don't want to have respect for their elders.
You're preaching to the choir, Scotty. I don't understand why.
Well, because I enjoy hearing the sound of my own voice. I apologize. I cede the conch.
Yeah, I say there's malice because you listen to the Bond villains on the World Economic Forum discussions, and then the head of BlackRock is a man named Fink, and he explicitly says we have to force behavior.
Yes,
exactly.
And
exactly.
Klaus Schwab, Bond villain extraordinaire of the World Economic Forum, it's the same thing. It's this cult, this neo-Marxist.
Right.
Well, I'm just going to call it. They're just damn commies. Their answer
they are.
is just
They are.
their answer is more communism, and they want to tear down Western society. And they make it explicit. They're saying the quiet part out loud now. And
because
but with Scotty though, I have to agree that there are a lot of stupid people. But the people at the very top.
Are you calling me stupid, Wonka?
No.
Okay, so we had three people
I'm talking
who wanted
about
to respond to that, and so I want to hear first what Pop has to say, then Comic, and then Scotty.
I think it's pure and sheer 100% malice, disdain and hatred for the property, and disdain and hatred for the audience. It's not that they don't come in and coincidentally happen to accidentally write a bad episode. That's not it at all. They know what they're doing from the top to the bottom. So we all agree with the same thing, but I know some of us at some points they're not different than others. But I think it's 100% sheer malice, and that's malice, and that's the whole
episodes
point.
were just bad because the writing just seemed to be bad this week.
We can give an example. Everybody that's in charge of a certain property, we can give examples. KKK said female. The Force is female. We don't need those older white men. And then we have Alex Kurtzman who said we're going to use Star Trek as a platform for our political use. So that's malice. That is malice. I mean, whatever the definition is there.
I just found out something very interesting about the Force is female, and I apologize for interrupting because I think that someone else was next. But the Force is female, it was actually a Nike slogan that was being promoted by Lucasfilm at the time.
That
had nothing to do with the Wars of Stars.
That doesn't mean that she had to take it and run with it.
So
no,
Lance
but again, going back to the money.
So the Outcast Creative has something he'd like to add to this conversation. Let's see. I want to hear what it is.
I mean, obviously, I work in the industry, so I'm seeing a lot of changes happen very rapidly before my eyes. That one of the things that came out, and forgive me if you discussed it before I came on, was this video of this woman who is in charge of developing the Black Panther game. Her name's Dani Lalonde. Sorry, she identifies as non-binary, so I guess as a broomstick or whatever. Anyway,
non-human.
So let me finish. She put in this video that she doesn't hire white people on her team because they're unsafe. It's hard to work with them, and she only hires people of color. Now, like if let's just pause that for a second and let those comments hang in the air, and imagine if a white individual said the same thing, and they were running a team, and they say, "I'm only going to hire white individuals because." And they said the same comments about African Americans or any other race, demographic, whatever, gay people, whatever. That would be absolutely unacceptable in our culture and society today, both from an employment point of view, socially, etc. That person would be fired by the company within the day. They would have been Gina Carano'd within seconds. How is it acceptable for this person to make those comments?
Thank you.
And it's okay. It's okay for these people to be racist. It's okay for them to say, "I'm only going to hire people of a certain race, and I'm going to say that I hate everybody else, or that I'm going to tar them all with the same brush." This is bullshit. And I'm sorry, forgive my language. I'm seeing this happen in my industry more and more and more and more and more.
And I think it undermines creativity because to say that I cannot,
but
like
how
as
can you say
a
that's
creative,
not malice, Scotty? How can you say that's not malice?
You're diluting your.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Of creativity. You're diluting your pool of creativity. You're diluting your talent base.
Agreed.
And in some cases, you're hiring people who are not properly qualified to do the job. Now, one of my friends is a producer, a black female producer of a very successful drama television series, and she has given me several instances of when this has happened, and she's had to fire people. In fact, she had to fire a location manager recently, and they didn't want this person to be fired because they were a person of a certain ethnicity, and et cetera, but they were crap at their job. The show got like 2 weeks behind. They were costing them huge amounts of money. And she said, right, well, what I'm going to do is, if you don't allow me to fire them, I'm going to fire them, and then you can fire me. You know, because I'll resign. So in the end, they allowed her to fire this individual because they weren't doing a proper job, and someone else got hired, and the show got back on track. That's the kind of thing that's going on now. Will she come on my channel and speak about that? Absolutely not, because it would be career suicide. She won't say it to in public. Those are comments she has told me in private. But she's not the only one, and I've been told of other instances like this. So this is the time that we live in. I don't know what the solution is. It's madness. But the fact that somebody can go on the internet and make those comments and it's okay is very, very, very wrong.
It is totally. I agree, Vance. See, because what they inevitably do is they try to paint you into a corner that you can't get out of, right? If you have, like, say, a mainly, you know, let's for all intents and purposes, you know, a majority of white staff or something like that, right? You know, then you're either like some sort of white supremacist, or you're just racist, or whatever. You know, it's like they just try to find any and all labels for you in order to kind of shame you, make you disappear, make it so you don't have work or anything like that. And see, the thing is, this is why you're seeing just a little bit nowadays, for the past maybe couple of years, maybe a teeny bit longer, why you're seeing this sudden, for all intents and purposes, you know, like a tiny little bit of an explosion of independence coming out, right? And you're seeing it in comic books more and more. You're seeing it, case in point, in film. Like, let's look at the movie that the one movie that took on Indiana Jones, Sound of Freedom, right? Which just totally slaughtered the weekend that it came out, as Indiana Jones and the diarrhea of depravity.
Okay,
just
calm down, reel it in.
Out. Yeah, well, I try, but you know what? Once I get on a rant, it's hard to stop again. Oh my God!
I understand.
That's his opinion. That's his opinion.
The worst thing about the Sound of Freedom is that you have to say that I liked it better when it was called Rambo.
Well, yeah, you could do that, but you know.
Well, no, but anyway, Rambo, and I'm talking about Rambo 4. Rambo 4 was the Sound of Freedom, and no one cared. And everyone made the Sound of Freedom to be like this lightning rod of virtuosity. Well, and it was like, we already did that. It was called Rambo.
Yeah.
No, I disagree. True. Those two films are very different.
Yes,
yeah, one was better. Rambo was better.
Did you see Sound of Freedom?
Yes.
Okay. Well, anyway,
and I found it dour, depressing, and boring.
Well, I think the children that were sex trafficked would think that it was
exactly. It attracted. Hey, I'm not going
to. Wait a second, guys. Too many talking at once. I want to hear pop culture curator respond.
Yeah, of course it's dour. Look at the subject. What do you want, a lighthearted dance comedy?
No, but Rambo isn't a lighthearted dance comedy. It had people blowing up at the end of an M60.
No, I'm speaking to the point where they're two totally different movies. That's the reason why they're two totally different movies.
Like there are no, but the thing is that one was marketed. You speak of The Message, and The Sound of Freedom was marketed even with an end credits reel of having a message. It may not be the one that you think is prevalent in Hollywood or in mainstream movies, but it still was a message movie.
Actually, it's actually one that rebels against
that
it's actually one that
heavy-handed nature
It kind
was
of is. It kind of is. You're right, Scotty. But it's kind of one that rebels against the actual Hollywood
right.
and normal kind of messaging.
See, the point is because what I was saying with this whole rise of independence, so to speak, in media, in shows and movies and comics and inevitably gaming, is that people are sick and tired of being force-fed this garbage that nobody wants to see or hear or like, essentially, right? We don't want it in Star Trek. We don't want it in Star Wars. We don't want it in any kind of movie. We don't want it in comic books. We don't want it in games. It's this mass exodus of anything quote unquote mainstream, and everybody is like, you know what, I've had enough of this shit, excuse me, Jill, and going out and creating their own independent things that people are more receptive to.
And that's
I know
good.
a
And
lot
I'm
of
glad that
it
they're
is.
independent. I need to say goodbye to Kronos. He says later taters need food. No, that's okay. But
Take care,
this is a good
Kronos. Good to
conversation.
see you, buddy.
I just have to make sure I'm hitting on the chat. Eugene Bird says woke. So I also want to say hello to Eugene Bird.
So do I.
He says woke is excuses, a philosophy for losers. I started out poor, living in a government low rent ghetto, and made it out. Got rich by earning it, not stealing or taxing others.
Right on,
Yes.
dude.
Well done.
Come and fund my movie, man.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing is that, and I think that I think this is how I feel, is that the idea of victimhood being perpetuated by our aspirational storytelling is detrimental to our collective philosophy. Like, I've said this forever, is I love watching Star Trek because I like watching responsible people do their jobs and do it capably. And I do not like the storytelling that occurs today that is idiot emotional people who decide to cry and be insubordinate and say, I deserve things. And that's like, that's the storytelling that's happening now-ish in terms of the popularity.
But I
participated.
I need my trophy.
I would like a trophy. Do you have a trophy? Can I have one?
But we
do have to say hello to Admiral Teague and thank you for your generosity.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Admiral Teague, thank you so much for this this super pair. It's got sunglasses and it says hey you. And I don't have a Decker clip.
Oh,
Gil, do we get a trophy for taking part in this stream?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone gets a trophy nowadays.
Yes.
As the graphic designer calls it, it's exposure.
I'm teasing.
Yeah.
Where's
Goodbye, darling.
There you go. That's a better one.
I was gonna go for the you were. Where's Daystrom? Do you have Daystrom?
Daystrom Station?
You are great. I am great.
Ooh,
Oh, that one.
LDG.
Yeah, I do. That's a good one. LDG is back.
Yeah, and he gifted 5 anti-derivative Jill memberships.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Oh my stars.
And flowers too. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah.
Love is in the air.
Also, welcome to the panel. PvP.
Hello. What's up?
I'm just waking up.
Oh, yeah, you are
It's not
sleeping.
too early for me today. So I just woke up and I got my kettle boiling in the kitchen. So I'll probably disappear in a few minutes to make some tea. So hopefully I'll sound half awake in a little while.
Well,
But yeah.
yes, I have to thank LDG again
Tired.
for gifting 5 anti-derivative Jill memberships. But I like to announce who got the free memberships. Penny.
Ooh.
This is really great because 3 of these people have been in the chat today. Penny got a membership, and also James Caserta and Captain Fandom Nerd, which is amazing.
Cool.
Also,
Nice.
Mark Harkness and Don Ranger Power, who does often show up in these chats.
That's good.
So
Don
we'll
Don
see if he
Ranger
does show up today.
Power.
But it is kind of early. He might not. Uh-oh. Warning. Anti-storm incoming. Wait.
It's a twister.
Wait a
Bum,
minute.
bum,
Ain't
bum.
Annette storm incoming. What is this?
I don't know what an Annette is.
Annette storm.
Maybe it's a reverse storm and it puts everything back together instead of tearing it apart.
That sounds
what is
scary.
it? Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra?
Like, that would be creepy.
Yeah,
No,
but that's pretty much.
It's a very
Temba
interesting.
is
It's
arms
I don't know.
wide.
Temba is arms wide. Okay. PvP.
Yes.
If you were asked which Star Trek movie to watch this afternoon, which one would you watch?
Well, I have a doctor's appointment in 6 hours, so I probably wouldn't watch any. But
That too much
hypothetically,
information.
I'd probably always go to Wrath of Khan because that's
Fair
my
enough.
favorite.
Fair enough.
I just like that movie. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you can't go wrong. You got Ricardo and Montalban back with that great chest, you know, keeping himself in shape well into his 60s.
Mhm.
You got Spock, you know, sacrificing his life to save the ship and the crew. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. It's pretty hard to beat that stuff.
Rathacon, that's a great choice. That's a
Thank
great
you.
choice. PvP. And Admiral Teague says, no big deal. Had a fun time the other day. I did too. We've got to do that again. If there are any kind of things you want to review on a Friday, let me know. James Caserta says, wow, what? $200? Wait, what is he talking
What?
about?
$200?
No, $2. It's $2, not 200.
You can send me $200. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, really.
Well, no, somebody sent me $1 to double my income.
You did.
I'd buy that for $1.
There you go.
Oh man.
I got sent a $99 super chat yesterday.
Oh,
what are you
wow,
gonna buy
that's
with it?
awesome.
Well, I was talking about how, a non-sci-fi. It feels like the realms of sci-fi, but British Gas got my bill wrong for the whole of last year, as in they undercharged me, and I took them to the ombudsman, which is like a sort of neutral negotiator, a bit like the Romulans.
Right.
But unfortunately, they've upheld it, even though they messed me about with all the communications and got everything wrong. So I'm going to have a bill coming for about $2,000 anytime.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, for
Would they
gas
at
and
least
electric.
Would they at least let you make it in increments, hopefully?
Yeah, I would imagine so, but even so, it's you know.
Well, yeah, it's
times
still
are pretty
BS,
tough
but
already.
yeah, hopefully they don't want it all in one check.
Holy
So yeah, somebody kicked me $99 towards it. I was like, wow, man, thanks. I'll have to talk about my gas bill more often.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
sometimes
Very
people
generous.
they really
So
connect with the issues that you have, and yeah, if you do talk about yourself, people care. People usually care.
It's not very often that I can hear about another country and say, "Oh my stars! I'm glad I live in Canada."
I have no problems living in Canada. I've never had any issues myself, but
I have several
I've had
currently.
no
I think BC and
problem
Ontario are
living in Alberta.
vastly different places to live, though, because I've been to Ontario and I wouldn't want to be back there.
Oh, it's
I was born in Ontario.
Well,
Ontario didn't do it for me. I spent 3 weeks there, and I was like, nope, I'm going back.
Daniel's Hot Topics has a question for Jim. How did you make the Picard uniform cream? That is so cool.
Photoshop.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring, but I want Jim to answer.
It's a fan film secret.
Oh.
Should have known.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm
It's
going to go
Photoshop.
grab a cup of tea so I can sound semi-coherent at least. I'll be back in about 2 minutes, guys.
Penny,
What
thanks
kind of-
LDG for the membership. Yeah, me too.
Yay!
LDG.
Yay!
LDG is a nice guy.
He's amazing. Eugene Bird says, so many beautiful people, 30 likes and 18 chatters. Oh, speaking of LDG, I do need to play some kind of clip for his super chat warning us about the storm.
Warning.
And also slightly confusing us. Do I have anything about a warning of a storm? I don't know.
Danger, Jill. Danger.
Oh, what is
Here
this?
in the black on the secondary. Here in the black on the secondary level.
I know what it is. Let's play.
Alrighty then.
Oh, that's going to be one of the clips I play at the start of a Calto. That's why that's there.
Change is the essential process of all existence.
And actually, this particular clip is a clip that I have that the whole conversation we've been having today about the bad writing of today. That's why I have this.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Yep.
Sure is. Indeed. Has anyone ever played that chess game?
Battle chess?
No.
No, 3D
yeah,
chess.
the Star Trek. The Star
I
Trek
have.
chess.
It's been a long
4D
time,
chess.
but I have.
Yeah, is it? I mean, does it actually work? Does it function as a game?
Yes. Yes, there's actually.
Yeah,
rules
it
and
is
everything.
real. Yeah, the 3D chess. It's totally real.
Oh.
Big weird.
Yeah.
Queen to Queens, level 3.
Mm.
You'll have to do a stream on that, Jill. Teach us all to
Well,
play it.
that's true. Well, I'll have to learn how to play it myself first. But it wasn't real at first, obviously. But it became a real game.
Yeah. I remember when Radio Shack used to sell them.
I can't
Does
believe
it
you
really?
remember Radio Shack.
So I'll get to working on that, and then we'll have a stream about it someday, where I play 3D chess.
Is Radio Shack still around? I don't think so.
Yep.
No.
Not in Canada.
No,
It
not in
might be
Canada.
well, the thing is the main company itself is gone, but there's a couple franchise stores still around. It's the same with like Penny's and Sears. There's a couple of privately owned ones where they were going out of business, and whoever the manager of the store was, they bought the rights from the company.
So it's kind of
there's
like
a few of
Blockbuster.
them, but yeah. But I think even the last Blockbuster finally closed, didn't they?
Oh yeah, Blockbuster's
Nope.
definitely closed.
But I know, like in the
What?
Bay
There's
Area,
still one?
California.
There's still one in existence.
Oh
I
my
thought.
god.
I
the
thought.
Bay Area-
Never mind.
I know in the Bay Area of California, there's one Sears because it was exactly like I said. The manager who was running it bought it out from the company when they were filing bankruptcy, and they kept on the employees. And it looks like a when you pass by it, you think, well, I wonder why they haven't torn that down yet. But nope, it's actually it is in business.
Wow.
That's wild.
Retail.
Daddy,
is
did you have
certainly-
something to add to that?
No, I'm copying links.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Retail-
I appreciate that.
The retail landscape has certainly changed immensely in the last 20, 25 years or so, right, guys? Like,
Well,
a
aren't they
lot.
trying to bring back Toys R Us? I think that it's going to be
We
online
have-
only or something.
We have a Toys R Us store about 2.5 kilometers from where I live, actually, Pop. It's
I
a
know,
real-
right? Canada
Yeah.
has Toys R Us.
It never
so
went
I
up
know.
here. It never
Nope,
went under
it
in
never did.
Canada.
Nope, we
I
got
think it
two in
went on-
Calgary still.
Yeah, it didn't go under in the States, and in I think Australia had it, and it went
sons of
under
bitches.
there. And yeah, Canada's probably the only place left that has the chain still.
Well,
They
that's
have-
yeah,
they
that's
have a-
amazing. I'm glad somebody still has Toys R Us.
Yeah,
In
they have
in
a-
its original format, not Nerf.
it's the real
oh,
deal.
here's a tiny little hole
Yeah.
in the wall,
No,
or
it's
here's
the-
a website.
It's the real store, Jill. Yeah, it's the real Toys R Us. Amazing.
Like I think we'll be lucky if Toys R Us comes back in the form of what KB Toys was in the mall.
So you have any good toy stores near you, Jill? I imagine your kiddies are quite interested in going shopping for toys occasionally.
That's what you would think would happen. You would think independent store owners would start bringing up toy stores around. I don't know. I haven't. I should look for such a thing. I really haven't.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us. There's a million, billion, trillion things that I can play with. Something like that goes the song. I don't know the rest
Video
of it right
games.
now. So,
I don't want to grow up, but if I do,
I want to be a Toys R Us kid.
Hey,
I hope we
radio
don't get trademarked for that.
No,
Oh,
we
no.
won't. We really won't.
I
won't.
am a Toys R Us kid.
Ooh.
The problem is we didn't have Toys R Us like back where I grew up, like in New Brunswick, right? Until later on, until I actually hit my like early 20s or something like that. Then they finally got a Toys R Us. It's like, I don't want to play with toys anymore. It's like, but now it's like, I just want to go to Toys R Us. But then again, my collection is more grown up, I suppose. I still have figures, but
Penny says Toys R Us is inside Macy's on North Carolina. In North Carolina.
Oh wow.
Well, it's so funny because now even in Canada, because we do have the Toys R Us's, HMV is in Toys R Us. So if you want to go for physical media, if you want to get DVDs and Blu-rays and whatnot, 4Ks if you're fancy, Toys R Us is where they have them.
Really?
Huh.
Wow. Because the HMV store here in the local, ginormous mall, they went under like about 7 years ago now.
Yeah.
Because I went in and bought a whole bunch of stock for my eBay sales because they were clearing stuff out, like, cutting some stuff like 66, 70, 80, 90% off, right? So I was in there snapping up, physical media to, beat the band, right? And it was great, getting all those bargoons. But, I didn't know because they were going right out of business from what the employees told me. So I'll have to go and check that out, actually, Scotty. Thanks for the tip there, guy.
Well, that's
Maybe
that's
reopened.
what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have a different media store now. Actually, it's Ontario-based. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Sunrise.
Do you have a Beat Goes On? Oh,
Sunrise.
Sunrise.
Yeah, we have that in the local mall now. They opened up like
Okay.
about 6 years ago. So yeah.
Oh, that's cute. Booger414 says, I think the ending was, if I do, I want to be a Toys R Us dad. Okay, that makes more sense. That does. That's really cute. That makes yeah. I don't know how I missed that. Jeffrey Giraffe, was a victim of the snap.
Oh no, but I thought Tony brought him back with his he stole the thing. Anyway.
His sacrifice and thing.
Yeah.
That's like kind of one of the reasons why I enjoy working with third-party companies, like producing some toys and stuff like that. It's a blast. So that I get to actually work a little bit in the toy industry. So
I should collect some more commercials for toys here, because the only one I have is this.
Kenner's new Oscar Goldman with exploding briefcase.
I have a secret assignment for the $6 million man. It's in my briefcase. Careful, if it's open wrong, it'll self-destruct. Check video scanner. Oscar will contact headquarters. Your order, Steve. Hey, Maskatron has the briefcase. Look out, it'll blow apart.
Oscar Goldman with exploding briefcase, $6 million man and Maskatron, each sold separately.
Damn, never knew you could get an Oscar Goldman.
You know what? I love it when you get the DVD set. The guy that played Oscar Goldman, he's like, "It's a macho show, a macho show." Yeah, for the $6 million man. God, I love that dude. I love that show. It was such an awesome show. Because it's a macho show.
Well, speaking of macho, we've got Rancor Steve here in the chat. Howdy, y'all. Good to see Mike on here.
Hey, dude. Sup?
Hey,
but,
what's up, Freddie?
But yeah, no, I mean, now that we're on the vein of toys, it's fun being able to work a little bit in this industry and stuff like that, because there are figures that actually I'll just turn on my camera like that I've done for X Transbots. So I did the Pantone color work on this. Yeah. So I get to work with like my favorite franchise, which is Transformers, of course. So and
that's awesome that you get to work with.
Yeah. And exactly, right? And then a couple of other figures that I kind of helped a little bit on Runabout and Run Amok for this one particular company that
You say you helped.
Yeah, and then these figures
How
up here
did you
that I did
help?
the box art work for, and did the colors on the figures and stuff like that up there. How did I help? Well, a few years ago, and you know what? I really should put my hat on. No, forget it. A few years ago, I know this one guy in China, all the way in China, and by the name of Keith, and he has this what they call in the toy industry a third party called X Transbots. And God, I gotta find some more. So anyway, so being a graphic designer and all that jazz, a few years ago, like there we go, we got like Cosmos and yeah. And anyway, so because I'm such a nerd and collector, what I ended up doing is I made this scale chart because a lot of collectors out there were like, collecting all these kind of figures, and everybody was asking, is this to scale? Is that to scale? Because especially in a Transformers community, and I suppose you guys can relate with like, Star Trek figures and stuff like that. If you want things to scale, you want to find out, the figures that you want to get, basically, that fits perfectly in your collection. And so, because this question kept on being raised up in the Transformers community, I set out by doing a scale poster because a few years back around 2002, 2003, I did.
Oh yes, now I remember the poster you did.
Yeah.
Yes, and what came of that?
Well, that was the thing, right? Because I had all the production sheets from the animation show that I got from Hasbro because I did a prototype collectible card game for them back around 2002. I had all the material right there with me, and so I made this scale chart, and then it just kind of exploded online within the community to the point where a bunch of third-party companies like Fansoys and X Transbots and Make Toys and stuff like that, they were coming to me. It's like, hey, this is like really cool. Can I get one? And so that's how I made the connection with Keith and X Transbots. So he gave me a chance to do box art for a few of their figures, which I did. And so I kind of keep in touch with him because he gets me to do like the Pantone color matching for the plastics, which closely matches with the cartoon. So you want to keep the figures kind of like toon accurate, so to speak. And and occasionally he'll say, oh, what's the scale to of this figure to that figure and stuff like that. So he gets the height right and everything like that. And because now
you're good at it because you know the science of it.
Well, yeah, and because I got a YouTube channel, I'll just promote all the figures like ahead of time before anybody else knows that has a YouTube channel that does, toy reviews and stuff like that. So I get the inner scoop, and then I manage his social media page on Facebook. So, it's just fun. And then occasionally,
that's great. That's great that your job is something that is so well connected to what you love.
Yeah,
and
because
Booger 414 says I was wrong. The
sorry.
ending is I don't want to grow up because baby, if I did, I couldn't be a Toys R Us kid. Oh, okay. I kind of liked the other one, even though I'd never heard that before. But that one, baby, I don't remember the baby part. What's going on?
Baby, yeah, I don't remember that part.
Hey, baby.
It's like, oh my.
Come on over here for a little bit.
And Booger says, okay, I just come across some weird trivia. The Toys R Us Kid jingle was written by James Patterson. who wrote the
Really?
Alex Cross books. Whoa.
Really?
Really?
By the way, if
I had
anybody
no
wants
idea.
to watch vintage toy commercials, there's hours and hours of them on YouTube. I just took a look.
Yeah, loads.
There's tons of them.
That's why I'm saying
Oh,
I
yeah.
can
Tons of them.
add a few. So the Outcast Creative says he's got a picture for me on this topic.
Yeah, so just on the
Oh, here
topic
it
of
is.
Transformers, do people remember the movie Robojocks from the
Yes.
80s?
Robot
This was
Jocks. Yes,
this was a
Robot
low
Jocks.
budget, low budget film from Charles Band's company, Empire Pictures at the time. It's called Full Moon Pictures now. The guy who
Yes.
actually designed and built these models, the special effects guy, there's an interview with him on my channel.
Oh, really?
And the models that they built, they still have them. They still exist. They're still in one piece.
Really?
Yeah, and that was up to that point. That was like the only live action sort of robot,
Yes.
Transformers type movie that there was. And the scenes with these robots were absolutely fantastic. They're still great now.
They are, and
then, of
then
course,
what was interesting when that movie was completed, that's when I was going to the conventions at the time, and the only way to see that movie is if you bought a bootleg copy of the tape, because it was floating around for a distributor for several years before it finally came out. That's the one that starred Gary Graham, the guy that just recently passed away.
Yes,
that's
that's what I
right,
was
yeah.
going to mention for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, they ran out of money.
did-
They ran out of money on it.
It was too bad.
that's why
because, yeah.
that's why I do want to cover that movie. This movie pretty soon. I still haven't seen it.
Well, I'm supposed to be interviewing Charlie Band on my channel.
Full moon.
As soon as he can avoid the Russian gangster mafia types that are currently after him for money.
You really make sure to let us know. I want to hear about Puppet Master. I want to hear about all that stuff. So let us know when you're going to do that.
I did a great interview with Tim Thomason, who was the lead in all the Trancers movies.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of Charlie Band stories, and he was in Metal Storm as well, which is another Charlie Band
Destruction
sci-fi.
of Jared Sin.
Jared Sin. I saw that at the cinema, man.
In
Can you believe
3D.
it?
Me too. Right.
Yeah.
I
With
just
the little
subbed right
creatures.
now.
It's the Tim Thomason interview is under it. If you click on the industry interviews playlist, he's like number 26 or 28.
Now Charles Band, I'm willing to listen to his stories, but I'm not a fan of Thomerson.
Yeah, he's got a biography book out. Charles Band has, and apparently it's pretty interesting.
Cool.
I haven't read it yet.
Yes, absolutely. Please subscribe to the Outcast Creative if you haven't.
Oh, bless you.
There's some great stuff there.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Done and done.
Booger414 says vintage toy commercials might be nostalgic, but might also ruin my childhood. Does anyone remember the Big Jim dolls? I don't know what that is. Let's find out.
Never heard of
Not
it.
me.
I feel like that name sounds familiar. Was that like a black action doll?
No, that you're thinking
getting
of Big Jim Slade from the Kentucky
Oh
Fried Movie.
yeah, I do remember that. That's from Kentucky Fried Movie.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting that mixed up, but I do remember them.
Is this right? Oh, can't hear it.
Big Jim Sport. Oh yeah, with the lumberjack shirt and all. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, let's unload.
Big Jim Sports Camper.
I don't know if I'll get a copyright for that song.
Love
but-
the music. And you got all the gear. Big Jim Sports Camper.
Yeah, Big Jim.
I wonder if that was like a regional thing because I've never seen that before.
Never heard of it up here in my
Is there
part.
like a country Hicks expansion pack?
Yeah. You know what would have made that more complete? If you had the Macho Man Randy Savage go, but you a Big Jim.
Yeah, there you go.
That'll work.
Get the get the Big Jim camper and all the accessories that are along with it. Dig it.
That couldn't have been a big seller. That is so pathetic, in my opinion. But what do I know?
Oh, it's hilarious, man.
It seemed a little obscure.
I'm glad.
Jill,
yes.
While we've been talking, Dennis actually replied to my message. The guy, stunt coordinator from Deep Space Nine, he's happy to come on,
Wow.
so you can co-host that with me if you want.
Hey, that would be incredible.
I'll let you know as soon as he confirms the date and the time. But I have to
Sweet
work
deal.
around him, so you've got to be free when he says, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'll
I
let you
will.
know as soon as
I will be
as soon
free
as I
when
know.
when he's free.
Cool. All
That,
right.
that sounds like a thing. Thank you so.
Great.
That's amazing.
No worries.
Hey, did you guys ever hear of a toy series called the Major Matt Mason series Mattel put out in the late
Yep,
60s?
my favorite toy from the 60s.
Yeah, I used to have a bunch of those. I had the
Yeah.
space station and the
What? You
moon
used
crawler and the
you
alien
used to
dude. And
you used to have them? I still have my stuff.
oh yeah, mine are all long gone. Lost many years ago through many
Yeah, I
many
have.
moves.
I actually have 2 space stations and 2
Ooh,
space crawlers.
lucky.
I also had Captain Laser. I have, of course, Captain Laser was actually a toy for something else, but then they just incorporated it into the Major Matt Mason line. But I have the other 2 aliens, Scorpio and Callisto.
Oh yeah, I had Callisto. Yeah.
And then I have the laser cannon.
Yeah, they were cool. They were
Oh
really
yeah,
cool
they
toys.
weren't very well made toys, but they were
No.
really cool. And it was Mattel's Man in Space.
Yeah.
And it came out in 1967. And yeah, it went from like 67 to 70 around there. But yeah, I still have those. I'm not giving them up because I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Yeah, I have a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And this. Okay, so.
But now he is using my game. My game.
I'm excited about Deep Space Nine now. I got it. We're gonna have fun.
Matt Mason in the private chat if Joel wants to check it out.
I'm excited about Major Matt Mason, not Deep Space Nine.
Okay, so let's. I'll play it. Let's see.
Very cool toys.
I'm gonna get several copyright. If I don't get copyright claims, then I can add them to my clips. So these are good tests.
The quality's not very good, but it gives you an idea what the toys kind of look like. So I haven't found a good copy of an ad yet, but
you don't have to worry about the quality of it. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Meet Major Matt Mason, Mattel's Man in Space and the bravest astronaut yet. He lives on the moon. We may all be there soon. And he gets around with a jet. Until Sergeant Storm in his red uniform, Major Matt worked all alone. Now, together, they face the dangers of space and seek to learn the unknown. The machines that they drive seem almost alive as they transport the adventurous pair. The new Astrotrack whips through the black, and Firebolt even goes where they meet Captain Laser, his space gear ablaze with energy stored from the stars. He's a giant, it's true, but a friendly one who spent his boyhood on Mars. An exciting place, the world of space, as all the astronauts know. This world is swell. It's made by Mattel. With it, how far can you go?
Okay, I want those.
I almost wonder. I almost wonder if
I'm
Mattel
sold
owned.
too. I'm sold too.
I
Comic
know.
Relief Crusader.
Oh my god, I
wonder-
want that space base. That looks so
wonder-
cool.
Yeah, that.
wonder
Go ahead, Pop.
It looks like Felder Carb.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Pop?
Sorry, Pop.
toys.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's no big deal.
Go ahead, Pop, please.
No. What was it? What was it?
I'd almost wonder if Mattel didn't own half the battery companies out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need a lot of batteries. Yep, you got
Yeah,
it.
everything had to have-
Basically, it was
Think about it. That would have been dumb not to have their own battery company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of those toys took 2 D batteries.
I was gonna
Right.
say, yeah.
Captain Laser took 2 AA batteries in his jetpack, and
Oh man. They
but
should
yeah,
make a comic out of that.
all of those toys you saw in that ad. I had every one of those.
Oh,
Yeah,
Not only that though, but
that is so
they would
cool.
But they-
drain those batteries and.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had to go. I went through a lot
Well,
of
I
batteries.
used to
We all
date a
did.
girl with 2 Ds.
But the
yeah.
AstroTrack, that was probably one of the lamest vehicles because the rear tires were this foam rubber that deteriorated pretty quickly.
Oh no. You know what? There's a cure for that. If you put if you still have it, if it's still somewhat salvageable, because I run this kind of like toy maintenance group on Facebook, use the Armor All on it, and it should keep in like as much moisture as possible.
If that's true, then I mean, I could be wrong, but I've heard that as soon as you put Armor All on something, you better keep putting it on there, or it's going to start cracking.
Well, yeah, you will have to, but I mean, if you want to
Yeah.
keep those tires, as mint as humanly possible, then
Yes.
then you should try that. But yeah, I want to see this as a comic book now too.
Okay, you guys, I want to step away for a little bit because I want some more coffee, honestly, and I'm gonna share this commercial.
Is
as
it the
I step
fucking
away.
Klingon? Sorry about the F
Go
word.
for it. Go for it.
That's okay. No, it's not the
Lit.
Klingon one. No, Matt G's not here. Matt G shows up. I'll play that one.
He is here.
He is? What did he get
Yeah,
here?
Matt G's in the
Taylor
chat.
Swift.
Oh, okay. Well, I lied then. I'm gonna play this and I'll play his commercial later.
Okay.
Is there a sound on? Oh, there it is.
Rescue professionals have to be prepared for any emergency. Now, with the Mac Rescue Center, you too can be ready. Uh-oh, trouble. The gang swings Mac into action. Richie opens the secret heliport door, and the copter's off. Joe helps man the rescue vehicles. There go the paramedics. The boys get the pickup underway. Thanks to Mac, the ATV unit and Mac Commander are safe. Mobile Action Command Rescue Center and teams from Matchbox. Each
I'd rather watch Thunderbirds.
I begged my
I was
parents
gonna say that.
for days to get me that for Christmas, and I got it, and I still have the box.
Oh, really?
The box is probably more valuable than the actual plastic toy.
Really?
itself.
Oh, big
That
time.
makes sense.
Yeah, it always
That
will
makes
be.
sense.
Packaging will always will be on vintage toys.
But that
Well,
was
and-
that range was a huge hit in the UK in I think it was about 77. And you're right, it kind of was piggybacking off how can we make a toy that's like Thunderbirds but not Thunderbirds, and that's what they did. And it kind of went a bit more military in the next couple of ranges. But it was there was a G.I. Joe range that was very similar to it as well. They came out with a similar mountain set and stuff, which I think the advert is also on YouTube. But trust me, that was a cool set to open on Christmas Day. And I had all the vehicles too, sold separately, of course.
I forget where I heard it, but like there was that G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. And
USS flag. The USS
yeah, so
flag.
expensive, so ridiculously expensive. And then also, once you opened it and put it together, which wasn't that big of a deal because it wasn't like Lego, it was just put it together. And, quote unquote, some assembly required. It was so unruly and not fun. It was every G.I. Joe fan's like golden goose. And then when you finally got it, it was like, this thing sucks.
I actually
was like
saw it
6
a
foot
few
long
years
or
ago.
something.
It is. It's humongous. I saw it in a kind of like a community yard sale here in Carstairs in Alberta here a few years ago, and it is huge. So huge. It's massive, right? But it wasn't complete. And I was like so tempted. It's like, well, because I'm a Transformers dude. I wasn't really into G.I. Joe. That was my brother, but just looking at this humongous, massive toy, it's like, I want this.
Did anyone have the G.I. Joe set that where he's got the a Gemini space capsule and spacesuit?
Well, but see, there are different generations of G.I. Joe.
I'm talking about the original generation. You guys are talking about the smaller action figures, but the full size G.I. Joe figures. They had one that was with a Gemini capsule on them. My best friend at that time had it. And I always wanted one of the G.I. Joes. Not so much the military, but the Explorer or the space themed G.I. Joes. Never got one.
Hang on a second here. I can't share. I can't share things, but I do appreciate the aircraft carrier commercial. I hope that Jill will play it when she returns.
Oh yeah.
No, it's
Really
fascinating
really out
because
of its
again, like
toys.
I'm younger than some of you. I'm older than some of you, but like there are generations of toys, and it's like the original GI Joes. I've never been a Transformer guy. The only Transformer I ever owned was what's the name of the tape deck? The Decepticon tape deck.
Soundwave.
That's him. And that's the only one I had. But I was always GI Joes. I was absolutely Destro, fucking Flint, pardon the swear. I had about 7 GI Joes, 2 vehicles. I had Zartan because he came with like the pond skimmer. And no, I loved it. But like the bigger, like the 8-inch dolls as opposed to the 6-inch action figures. Or 3.5 inch.
I just looked at the commercial and I'm like, they shrunk the kids in that aircraft commercial.
Honey,
they shrunk them.
The kids.
There you go, Scotty.
Yeah, they did a shot where they're like running across
that is
the
wicked cool.
Yeah,
that is wicked cool.
And this is just the masterpiece.
Ravage, eject,
exactly.
Rumble. Get off my lawn.
Yeah. This is
Comic, do you restore these or do you make these?
Huh?
Comic,
No,
do you
no,
restore these or are you making these?
Well, no, this one is the Takara Tomy masterpiece version of Soundwave, right? And it got like several of the cassettes and whatnot. I even got Blaster. And because this is not obviously the original. This one is, a lot more bigger. So probably, I don't know, a good 12 inches or something like that. But fully transforms.
I don't like where your thumb is.
Woo. But I wanted Soundwave when I was a kid. And,
he's my favorite Transformer.
Oh yeah, like for bad guys, Soundwave. Actually, you know what? Originally, Soundwave on the original box, he goes, like in the back of the original G1 box, the painted scene that they made in the back of the original boxes, like you see Soundwave kind of fighting Optimus, because originally Soundwave was supposed to be the leader of the Decepticons. That's why his helmet, his face looks like the Decepticon insignia, right? Because he was originally intended to be the leader of the Decepticons, but they switched him, and Megatron gets all the glory, of course. So but
not if you're Starscream.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So, but no, when I was a kid, I wanted Soundwave so bad with all the cassettes. I loved him. They actually, Scotty, they got it in. If you go to Walmart, they did a re-release of the original Soundwave, but it's like all plastic, right? But it's gonna cost you about 66 bones.
Yeah, but I'm going to walk right past Soundwave and pick myself up a Destro figure.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
See, again, it's a matter of preference. I'm more of a G.I. Joe guy than a Transformers person.
Speaking of G.I. Joe, I heard a request while I was away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Captain.
Saying if you liked Soundwave, they got it out now. The original.
What if Destro and Soundwave fought? Soundwave would win.
Cool. Yes.
Yeah, but Soundwave would win. He's bigger, much bigger.
Well, yeah,
yes, and here is the request. It's right here. Here we are.
I got it! Wow!
Here it is, the USS.
Damn!
Huge
aircraft carrier.
The USS flag is fantastic! It's so big! Oh, get ready to launch aircraft!
That is to scale.
Yep.
G.I. Joe! Cobra!
G.I. Joe's.
USS Flag
That-
aircraft carrier comes with
that
what you
thing
see
is
here, other
about-
figures and equipment sold separately.
That thing
Yeah,
is
it's about 6 feet,
almost
isn't it?
6
Something.
feet long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it in a Toys R Us, and the box was bigger
Wow.
than me.
Yeah, that toy is huge even before assembly.
It's huge.
bigger than-
So
you know,
huge.
That's what she said.
some
It's
kids are gonna have
so
to play with.
huge. You won't
Well,
have
that's
room
one of the
for it in
cases-
your den.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the cases where the kids have more fun with the box than the toy.
If you had a sleepover, you could make it a separate bed for your guests to come over and just lie on top, and it's the most patriotic thing ever.
Ever.
I have so many
Ever.
jokes, but I can't say any of them this early.
Sure you
Hey,
could.
Eugene
Well,
Bird. Thank you so much, Eugene.
Eugene
You are-
Bird.
You must be a man who owns the USS Flag.
Very kind.
Gives
Oh,
a
I was playing
$9.99
that
super
without-
sticker.
He's got a
Yes!
backwards hat, puppy dog with a thumbs up, and it is
Thank you.
glorious.
Thank you so much, Eugene Bird. Much appreciated. What should we play for Eugene?
Something bitchin'.
Something huge.
Something huge.
Manufactured
Bigger than-
Triumph. Manufactured Triumph. Here, here. Here, here.
No, it's not manufactured. It's actual Triumph, though.
Oh, you're right. Let's see.
Smells like
Well,
victory.
what can I do?
I'm going to just really cool.
Perfect. Well done.
Excelsior.
That's not Star Trek.
No, I know.
Jim, you sent me a video.
What?
I can
What do you-
play that.
what?
I'm definitely gonna get copyright claim if I play that, but that is a cool thing.
NX2000 is Excelsior.
Oh, he said Excelsior as in Stan Lee.
I suppose it's pronunciation. It must be regional.
But I will post. I will post it in the public chat for you, though.
Jill.
And also West Cagle. Did I say hi to
Jill,
West
I've got to duck out quickly because
Oh, okay.
Dennis wants to do a video check now to see if we can get StreamYard to
Oh,
work
wow.
on his device.
He wants
So,
home.
I'll come
Make
back, but
sure-
I've got to open another StreamYard, so I'm gonna.
Okay,
Good
well,
to-
just in case you don't come back, everyone make sure to subscribe to the Outcast Creative and
Yeah, nice
check out.
to meet you guys.
He makes some really great shows.
Yeah, we've also
And
got a
obviously-
review of The Thing, the musical, coming up on the 24th of March. So, featuring some of the Muppets who are coming in the studio to be interviewed. So that's going to be an absolute hoot. If you think I'm joking, I'm not.
I love Muppets.
Who doesn't love
Yeah.
Muppets?
You are a Muppet.
I am a Muppet.
Yeah, see you soon, Lance. I hope that goes well.
I-
That's
Take care.
exciting. I didn't realize
I
things
don't
were going to
like-
start moving on that so quickly.
And I'm not a fan of the Muppets under the Disney administration.
Well, no, but it's not about anyway. It was so good to see Outcast Creative. Nice to see Lance.
Yes.
But Pop, I agree. Although I do like the Jason Segel, Amy Adams Muppet movie, but it is too close to Muppets Take Manhattan for my liking. I enjoy the whimsical Muppet movies, and those specifically are the Muppet movie, The Muppet Caper, and I don't like the Muppets Take Manhattan. I do enjoy the Christmas Carol of the Muppets, and that's not what it's called. And I do like a friend of mine who taught me how to drive a forklift said, "Have you ever seen Muppet Treasure Island?" And I was like, "No." And then I watched it and I was like, "Yes, this is awesome." But after that, no, I agree with you. And when it became a corporate instance, I did not like it. And it was further affirmed by Frank Oz and Dr. Jordan Peterson. They both were like, you know what? The Muppets back in the day, they were punk. They were like, they fought against the system as opposed to reaffirming what everyone else thought. and they sort of pushed against the boundaries.
Oh,
So that's
what do you
my.
want?
We can talk about it all next week on my new podcast. Scott talks about Muppets.
Speaking of Muppets, Jill, could you? I have a thing that I wanted to share.
Okay, what
it-
would you like to share?
Is
I,
Let me check it out. Oh,
yeah.
here it is.
Here's my two green buddies. Of course, Herman Munster by Mattel, and then that's my Kermit the Frog from 1967. He's a little worse for wear.
Have you ever seen Meet the Feebles?
But I had Kermit the Frog back in '67. There he is. I still have him.
Needs Botox.
Wow. That's pretty amazing.
Well, he's a puppet. You know, you put your hand up there in his head, and then it fills out. But he's kind of falling apart. Herman's a little bit better though.
Herman looks great. Kermit
is he's
hospice.
Yeah. But that's from '67.
Well, it's classic. It's classic.
All of all the Muppets have had their voices changed. Probably like the Pod People and Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
It's the worst part about growing up and having those original artists that brought those characters to life, them passing away. And, natural progression of life. But it's like when Mel Blanc left, and it's like, that's not Bugs Bunny anymore. And when Jim Henson passed away, it's like, that's not Ernie. That's not Kermit. And like, I treasure those classics. And there is something like, Jill, you have a very astute and I think accurate point. It's like, if it ain't Leonard Nimoy, it ain't Spock. And I feel the same way when it comes to Bugs Bunny and all the Looney Tunes and Jim Henson and all the Muppets. It's just like they're not the same anymore, so I kind of give up.
Yeah, the original version is generally the best version for sure, Scotty.
Yes.
Stick with the classics. I always say, stick with the classics.
Yeah.
Booger 414 says the best Muppet movie is the Muppet movie. Dark Crystal would be a close second.
I hate. You know what? The Dark Crystal was the first movie that ever made me nauseous.
Really? It was nauseating?
Well, no, because they had these crow people, and one of them died, and he just sort of crumbled apart, and I couldn't eat crackers for like 5 years.
Culture curator, what happened? Do you need assistance?
He doesn't care for my opinions.
Oh.
No,
I don't know.
Maybe he lost his internet or.
Well, no, it was sudden though. Usually
he said he was snowed in. I'm not taking responsibility for this.
Oh yeah, it's snowy time. Okay, that makes sense. That could be it. Is it a blizzard?
I hope he returns, and I'm sure all is well. And if it isn't, I will it. And I'm sure we can all say a little prayer.
Of course.
But the Dark Crystal is crap. Because it made me
Wes
nauseous.
Cagle says to the Comic Relief Crusader, very cool. And Eugene Bird said a similar comment earlier. Cool toys, fascinating toy designer in the panel. And so that.
Well, okay, so may I ask, Jill? May I ask a question of the panel?
Floppy Frog, but that's not my business. That's just Stone Racket and his Floppy Frog.
I beg to differ. No.
Stone Racket, if you had a choice, let's say I was Barbara Eden and I could blink a toy into your existence currently, what toy of all time would you accept?
I think it'd be Shockwave. No, that's for Wes Cagle. That's right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You have to pay for shipping, though.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, can I answer?
Please.
Do it.
It would be the toy that my older brother had and no longer has. He lost it in a move. But it was Mr. Mercury by Mark's Toys. It was all metal, some plastic, but pretty much all metal, and it had servo motors. And it was on one of Jill's previous streams. I shared a YouTube video with Mr. Mercury.
Oh, those cute little robots.
Yeah, and that would be the one that that was the coolest robot toy, and I would want Genie to make it appear in pristine condition, mint in box.
Oh wow!
I need all of the Star Trek accessories made by Diamond Select.
Oh, cool.
Oh, see? Okay, I'm going to go second. Mine is, because apparently there's a Bluetooth from the Wand company of classic Star Trek communicator, and it works. That would be the one for me. What do you
is that the same
Wand company?
Is that the same one that Mark D with a C has?
He probably has it. He has everything.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah.
He definitely has it, and he uses it to call his friends.
Oh, that's so cool.
I would use it to call my enemies.
If
just because I'm pretty sure the sound would suck.
Are you wearing a red shirt?
I just want to flip it open. I just I bought a Samsung Z Flip 4. It broke. Yeah. Of course it did. It sucks. But the only reason I got it is because I was like, oh, I love it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
If I had one, there's one toy that I so remember when I was little, probably about maybe 5 years old, and I got it at Christmas time when my parents and I were living in the Holland Marsh area in Toronto, outside of Toronto, north of Toronto, actually, for a year. And one Christmas, I remember getting this this toy of Snoopy on his doghouse, with the goggles, like when he flies around, obviously in the cartoon and stuff like that. And
20, 30, 40, 50,
and it goes and it had these little joysticks, and it went around and around and around in circles and stuff like that. And you could just make it go up and down. And I love that toy so much. I have no idea what ever happened to it, but I remember that so hugely because I love Peanuts. I still love Peanuts. And yeah. If I could ever find that, oh man, I would love that.
PvP?
Yes.
Oh, wait a second.
Hello?
I got it.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
I can hear
Go
you,
ahead.
Clem Fandango.
Hello.
I thought I found
well,
something, but I
I thought
didn't.
you
Go
had a
ahead.
question or
Go ahead, PvP.
I
I did, but I was yes. The question is, if you could will any toy into existence, into your possession, what would it be?
Oh gosh, any toy that ever existed, if I could have it. Oh, does
That
that
is the
include
question,
just one?
yes.
Is that just one item, or would that be an entire collection?
Just one item.
Oh gosh, I need a minute to think about that.
Yeah, that Bluetooth communicator, $180, and it's yours.
I'm not that rich.
Yeah, but I just got my entire income doubled by getting $1.
Well, there you go. Go for it.
Well, no, I need $179 more plus shipping and handling.
Well,
I got to
it's
admit,
available. It's available within Canada, so your shipping wouldn't be that bad. So,
all right.
I suppose.
Well, it looks
You know
like
what?
I've got a lot of fellatio to do today.
Ooh.
Come on, it's funny. Shut up.
No, I'm like, ooh, it's funny. Anyway, that's so as much of a Star Wars fan that I am, I got to admit the Star Trek communicator is like one of the coolest communicators out there. You know, not the badge pressy thing. I'm talking the original communicator. It's just
That's
you know,
right.
with the noise that it makes. Just
They have a
Yeah.
Bluetooth for that too, though. I don't
Yeah, I
think it
know.
works very well.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, one of the most iconic communicators ever, right? Like even Star Wars doesn't have like, you know, some sort of iconic communicator thing or anything like that, as much as I love Star Wars or, you know, any other kind of sci-fi series, right? But it's just a cool communicator to have, like Bluetooth or
one of the
not.
best. See, it's kind of hard for me to answer what the best toy is because
That's true.
I have the benefit of having most of the toys that I want. Somebody who is really cool sent me an enterprise phase pistol with the NX-01 communicator bundled together. And the worst part about it is that I don't want to open the box. I said I would open the box, and then people said, Scott, you're gonna fuck it up. Pardon the swear. And it was like, no, you can't do it. And so, no, I have this amazing like play set in a box that I can't open.
I
And
remember.
It
I
hurts so bad.
remember that stream, and I remember we
Me too.
guilted you into not opening the box.
Yeah,
Scott.
totally.
It's like, don't open the box.
But PvP, you were absolutely correct. I shouldn't open it up and break it.
Thank you.
Right.
How old is it?
It's old.
Oh, it was released in 2003, I think.
Oh, open it, enjoy it. See, that's the thing. That's the thing,
It's
right?
a, you know what? It's a testament of a friendship.
It is no, and I totally 100% get that, right? You know, because you know, on one hand, you know, because you know it's worth something, you know, that you want to keep it in the box, you don't want to break the seal or anything like that. But then again, it's the item inside that you know you just want to play with, so you want to crack it open, right? So
Yeah, but what am I
you're
going to
in
do?
terms
Go
of-
to the mall with a phase pistol and a communicator?
Why not?
You would.
Why not?
Because I'll get arrested.
Get your red shirt
Yeah,
on, your phaser, communicator, you're all set.
But it's for a good cause.
There you go.
Oh, it's so, oh my God, look at that thing. That is so, it's gorgeous. My name is Scott. So I'm nearly a bacula.
Do it. Do it, Scotty. You know you want to open the box and enjoy.
I do
the
want to
contents
open the
within.
box. I want to, but I won't.
What's in the box?
Now, if I get if I get an original series communicator, I will absolutely open the shit out of that. Pardon the swear.
Oh God, yeah. Just wear, you know,
But
silk
this
gloves
is-
and use some tweezers and just open it up very carefully.
Well, now
and
I got to
then,
buy
you
silk
know,
gloves and tweezers.
Well, it's why
Don't
not?
you already have those,
So,
Scotty?
It's for a good
No.
cause.
Is that actually? Hey, is
That's
that
bag
actually
tag.
how this toy works?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. I think
guess,
he
yeah.
that comes out.
So
I'm
if
sure
I
he's
open
explaining it in
the
this
toy,
video.
I can do that.
I
That's-
think so.
yeah,
that's
I'm
battery
pretty sure.
pack. Yep.
It's art. The one you have is Art Asylum. Then yes.
It is.
Scotty, you can live vicariously through the video then if you don't want to open the box.
I will live
Exactly.
vicariously through the video, although I would like to say that my heart is swelling.
I'm having a really hard time picking one toy that I'd want to possess. If I
Well,
could
you
get
know
it.
what? Keep thinking about it because I think I have Jim's answer. He sent it to me in the private chat. So,
Okay.
oh wait a minute. Okay, let's go first for Jim's what he shared, and then I'll share what Stone Rocket is sharing. So first, here's Jim's. Let's share his toy that he has chosen to manifest.
Show. Each sold separately from me.
Cool.
Dr. Bones McCoy, caring for their health and welfare. Scotty, chief engineer.
They misspelled Scotty.
Mr. Spock.
I know.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Lieutenant Uhura.
You Philistine.
You heard.
Uhura?
He said Uhura.
That's racist.
Klingon, their evil threat to the universe.
Well, it's better than the end of Star Trek 6 when they call her Uhuru.
That's a bad looking Gorn, I gotta say, guys.
Gorn, oh my God.
Gorn.
Dangerous in space and in his own watery
Newtonian,
What
remember
the
that?
heck is a Neptunian?
His incredible intellect threatens the Enterprise.
There was never Neptunians.
The Star Trek aliens.
Boy, they don't.
That's what I'm laughing at.
They don't get us Trek fans at all. We're very picky when it comes to canon and keeping it, keeping it right. Neptunians, bah, humbug.
You want to hear the rest of these?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Jill. Please continue.
No, it's 6 minutes long. I'm not going to play
Yeah, it's long.
Oh, okay.
But I'll skip through it.
There must be some good bits in there somewhere.
Oh, there is.
Mm.
There is.
As for outer space adventure, you can capture the Klingon and bring him back to the Enterprise. Star Trek USS
For
Enterprise gift
justice.
set. Star Trek action figures also sold separately by Mego. 1,500 feet, push button, twin warp sound, uses 1 9-volt battery, not included.
I'm receiving a signal. Who's calling? This is Scott. And this is Jim. You read us? Over. I read you loud and clear. Over.
I'm calling him
Return
to
to
doubt
base
his
Repeat. Return to base station.
What are you doubting?
his ability to act.
It's just like the TV show.
Come on, put some effort into it, child.
To the other.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
aliens placed themselves in front of the idol.
Oh my God.
Is that Grimlock?
Okay, this is definitely not Star Trek canon.
Oh my God.
Bose was trapped in an eating plant. Suddenly, the floor gave way.
Oh
Was a success.
He's being
John
encompassed by
started to work his way
Ewoks.
closer. He knew his super phaser was good at 50 feet, but he wanted a sure shot. They both started to fire. Bob was on
Well.
fire. John fired.
Here you go, Scotty.
He hit the Starfleet badge. The sound signaled a hit. Only the Star Trek Super Phaser 2 target game signals every time you score.
Got the tape from Johnny. Get the tricorder.
Pew, pew, pew. The tricorder.
Let's play.
The Star Trek tricorder is a full-function cassette tape
It's
player.
an old
I
cassette.
love this. I want this. You know what? I give up my claim. I don't want the Bluetooth communicator. I want this tape deck.
New solid-state electronics from
Oh,
Mego.
man.
That'd be neat as heck, huh?
That's
Wouldn't it?
hilarious.
Yeah.
That's price.
Well,
It's
the
priceless.
wand company
I love
has
it.
a tricorder too.
Oh wow, I
Yeah,
want
but
it.
still, no.
Yeah.
I want the
There you go.
communicator.
Oh, and Stone Racket is showing me the toys that I want.
Yep, that's
Nice.
the Diamond Select classic phaser,
Pretty.
classic communicator, and they both
Oh,
feature the greatest
Beautiful.
starship captain of all time, Captain James T. Kirk.
nice.
And it comes with a classic price.
You know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
He is good. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying the greatest starship captain and space station commander of all time is Benjamin Lafayette Sisko.
Nope,
Well, that's fine. You can be
Captain
racist.
James T. Kirk.
This is highly unusual. Usually, Scotty does have Captain Kirk first and Captain Sisko second.
Yeah, he's just
Maybe
being
they're
I'm
I-
contentious. Maybe I'm just being contentious.
Scotty's just being contrarian again.
Contentious. I am.
Um,
Maybe you're right. Okay, I accept the verdict of the jury.
But
I was-
I was wondering if you're changing things. Like if you want to change your opinion, you can. I just wanted to set the record straight.
It's tough though. It depends on the day. It's like my two favorite movies. It's like which one is your favorite, and it's like it depends on the day. And
I
same
can't
thing
wait
with
to
my
clean
two
up
favorite.
this stream of copyright claims from all the commercials I'm playing. But
Well,
Star
I
Trek
hope-
old commercials are awesome.
Yeah, I hope you don't
True.
get dinged. I
Yeah.
really
Oh,
do.
I'm totally gonna get dinged.
I just want to say, since Scotty's changing the order of things, I'm going to change a previous decision today. And that hypothetical Trek movie I would watch this afternoon if I could, I'm going to change it from Rathacon to Nemesis.
You're an idiot. You are the dumbest person I have ever met in my entire life.
That's exactly the response.
What the hell? I would
okay,
rather
Scotty,
draw a warm
Scotty.
bath and then fart.
Someone is not an idiot just because they like a movie that you don't
And
like.
you understand that I am saying that in playful jest.
And
Yes,
I'm
of course
just
I
saying
do.
that in playful jest to get under Scotty's skin.
And
But
I'm-
he
It
knows
worked.
You were-
It worked.
And I'm totally shocked, PvP. I thought you were one of us. No,
No, actually,
He is. He likes.
he is. You are. You
really my
Mommy,
yeah.
Mommy,
yeah,
Daddy,
Rathacon.
don't fight.
I think I've stated my order of Trek films previously, with Khan being number one, and probably Star Trek 4 coming in second place, and probably then Star Trek 3, and
So where is Nemesis on your list of the first 10 movies?
it would be right down at the bottom. The only one that I place last under Nemesis.
If you say
would
Star
be
Trek 5, I'm going to punch you in the face.
Insurrection. I hate Insurrection. Oh no, I could watch Star Trek 5. Well, not all day, but I could watch it.
More than Nemesis.
I could watch it any time compared to any of the generation films. Well, possibly First Contact would be a little higher, because I do think that's the one Next Generation film I actually enjoyed. But yeah.
You know what? And this is the weirdest thing about, and I've said this before. I think we talked about it. Jill, have we covered First Contact on your channel?
No, not yet. We need
Well,
to.
and so spoilers for the review that is inevitably
Get me on for that,
incoming.
Jill. I'll be on for that.
That would be fun. Yeah, I'd really love to do First Contact on a Friday.
What?
Oh my God.
What?
Well, First Contact Day is on April 5th. Guess what day of the week April 5th is?
A
Friday?
It's a Friday. So that's what we're going to do on April 5th.
Hey!
Bingo bango.
Today. Yay!
What a coinky dink.
Awesome.
That's going to be
Awesome.
good.
Awesome.
I can't wait.
Awesome goodness. Joy.
Well, then I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to talk about it because that's upcoming and
let's
quick.
not talk about it. Let's
So
save it
then,
for 3 weeks.
my apologies for my noviceness. I'm imagining that in the movie First Contact was on a Friday.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but it was
Well,
in 19.
It was April 5th.
2063. So we can project out what day of the week it will be.
We can find out.
Find a future calendar. I'm sure there's
there we
online.
go.
You can find them.
Yes.
Yeah.
The march of time is consistent.
Well, 2063
No,
April
it's-
5th. Just type it in, and there
It's
you
a
go.
Thursday. It's going to be a
Oh.
Thursday.
Darn it.
So, we'll meet the Vulcans on a Thursday.
Well, we got to do
Oh,
it on
okay.
Friday, though, or I won't be there. Because I
Well, don't worry. We're not going to change First Contact.
We're not. PvP. We're not.
If you
we're not
can't
timing-
be there, we're going to have to
Sorry,
shuffle the Vulcan
Earth is
schedule.
closed today. You can't come.
No, it was bad. It's bad enough.
PvP's busy.
It was bad enough till going on at 7 a.m. my time today, because I got to get some sleep, and I didn't
Well,
sleep
dude,
well. By
I'm
the
so
way.
happy. I'm so happy
But
you're here. It's
PvP,
so pleasant.
we're not going to time travel to 2063 this
Okay,
year.
so it will be on
That's
Friday.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
so it'll be
That's
on a
because we
Thursday.
don't have enough
Okay,
plutonium for the nuclear
I'm
reaction
relieved.
to happen.
If you want to change
I'm
First
really-
Contact Day, you're going to be a Borg, and that's not anything anybody wants.
Right.
Anyway,
You're part of this
speaking
collective,
of
not that
changing time, I do actually I gotta go, everybody.
Uh-oh.
So
Actually,
I gotta
ditto.
take
I
my
have to
leave.
too.
Oh, okay. Before you go, I wanted to play a video that went along with the previous conversation. I'm having
Okay, let's
trouble
do that
looking for
before
it.
I go.
Okay. Where is it?
I'm not in a
I've got to
rush.
learn where that is.
I just wanted to go.
you
you know,
can.
Smoking and peeing and all the things that I like to do physiologically outside of the internet.
That is
Mhm.
essential for life, you know.
Well, no, it's actually detrimental, except for the peeing, which is definitely
Well,
beneficial. It's
that's-
better than wetting yourself.
True.
Oh, maybe I put it on the front. Here.
Is Lance still here? I feel like I'm embarrassing myself.
I am still here. I was just wondering if you have your Star Trek Peapot merchandise, sir.
Exactly.
My which one?
Do you have your kettle pot?
The Star Trek Peapot. It's essential for all YouTubers. Everyone has one.
Exactly.
Oh well, no, I have a Cardassian. Actually, you know what? I have a changeling bucket.
There you go. That works.
And
Odo doesn't like it, but it
I got
I
mine
was
and
gonna
it's
say,
green.
make
Which
sure
reminds
Odo's
me of the
not-
South Park clip with Cartman. Mom, bathroom.
Yeah, just
So,
make sure.
so Scotty,
Oh my
you,
God,
what,
Mom, I have to go to the bathroom right now. Holy crap!
so Scotty, what you meant was you have a nomad pee bucket.
Yeah.
I'm
If there
sorry.
are no follow-up questions, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, great.
Done and done.
Okay. Well, have a good one, Scotty.
No, I gotta wait for the video. I'm waiting for the video now, and I'm
Well,
holding it.
I'm just saying it now if I don't get a
Not
chance to say it
actually with
later.
my hands. I gotta show you my hands now. I'm not
Scotty,
like
you didn't come on
clenching
my
like a
cartoon frame,
5-year-old child.
Boy, I'm surprised
Scotty.
Jill's having such a hard time finding
This
that.
is no time to argue about time. We don't have the time.
There you go.
There it is. That's what I wanted to play.
And that is glorious. I think that is a perfect exit. Thank you so much, Jill. It has been a pleasure speaking to you, Comic Relief Crusader. Lance, and it's fantastic. I am a subscriber, and everything that you've done that I've watched, it has been absolutely stellar. PvP, thank you so much for being a friend. Stone Racket, your fascination with cats baffles me, but I think you're cool. And to everyone else in the chat and who has been on the panel, come on, much love and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Scotty.
Oh, Jill, you're here.
37 for being here. Yeah, no kidding. I am here. And you also do some other things on the internet. Do you want to promote any of that stuff?
No.
No? Okay. Phantasmagorium, Cinema Gulp, and here.
And also, I'm an X-Man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're also on Twitter. On the Twitter.
But-
I don't like calling it X. Do I have to?
Yeah, I don't know why I do it. Like
Well,
the
because
URL
that's
is Twitter. So
what they-
why don't I just
what-
call it by the URL? Anyway,
Yeah,
thank you
you
guys.
can if you
I'll see
want
you in the
to.
future.
It's not wrong.
See you,
All right,
Scotty.
Oh, can I?
soon.
Bye, Scotty. Okay, bye.
Meow.
Bye.
Meow.
Meow. I love cats.
You do.
He's gone.
He's fun. Later, Scotty.
Jill, I got
Yeah,
you that
and I gotta
poster
get-
for that stream I'm doing.
Oh.
And I gotta get going as well.
Oh my goodness.
Things,
Okay.
Things to do. But
Okay,
no,
wonderful.
thank you for having me on, Jill. It's a blast. So,
Oh, for sure. You gotta tell us what you're doing around on the internet, though, please.
Oh,
and
I
then we'll look
suppose.
at the poster
Okay.
after that.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, so later on today, I got Frantic Fridays that is happening at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 noon, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. So, where as usual, we just have a laugh at some of the stuff that's going on in pop culture, whether it be comics or movies or TV shows or I suppose even now gaming, but that's why I got a couple of extra guys to explain the whole gaming thing. Talk about fun and stupid stuff in the beginning, middle, and end. So if you want to come on by, check me out, have a laugh with a bunch of other silly people that are on the show. Yeah. So,
Awesome.
stay tuned.
Silly.
You will not be
Yeah, silly
you will
news.
not be
Well,
disappointed.
you do look at unique articles, so that's pretty good.
Comic
God, yeah.
Comic Relief Crusader, change it to Paragon of Cool.
I should.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
you got
yeah,
a lot of
we
cool
got-
stuff. You're a Toys
we
R Us
got-
kid.
I try. So, hey, when you got an entire trauma team in Texas listening in while they're doing surgery to your show, you must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Wendy Webb is the kind of listener you want to have for sure. She's amazing.
Yeah,
Is
that's
the,
true.
just the,
Yeah.
Does the patient get a say in that? Whether the trauma team get to listen to that?
No, because usually they've knocked them out at that point.
Yeah, they're knocked out.
So,
they're out.
But that being said, with Wendy, and seeing how we're talking about toys, she actually is wanting me to suggest a couple of toys for her desk, so that when people come by, they're distracted by them instead of asking them or asking her pestering questions. So there you go. I try my best.
Oh, interesting. Well done helping.
Yeah.
Helping the people who save lives. That's the Comic Relief Crusader. Thank you so much for being here today. And
Not a problem.
I
Thank you,
can't wait
Jill,
to
for
see you
having
again.
me. And
Welcome.
the one guy there from England, subscribe to
Me.
you. Yes, you.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Really appreciate that. Very kind.
Yeah, not a problem. I will totally 100% check you out. So, and nice
Should,
to meet you.
You should come on the channel sometime, and we'll do like a kind of a toy. Let's look at our toys type stuff. Because I've got loads of stuff, and actually, Jill was saying I should do a stream where I get all my toys out. So why don't we do something like that? We'll drop me a message on Twitter or whatever. And,
Yeah,
That's a great
no,
idea.
totally 100%. I
Yeah,
will.
cool.
I will drop my Twitter thing in the private chat right before I go, because I am not a douchebag that way to leave without any way of contacting me. And if my computer would actually do what it's supposed to do instead of slowing down.
Oh, I can help you if you're having trouble with that.
The Decepticons have intercepted his transmission and
yes,
doing their best.
Yeah, exactly. Cantankerous bastards. There we go. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Jill, for having me.
You got it.
You guys have a
great
wonderful
job.
time. And we'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you. Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Yes, talk to you later. Thank you so much. And so here is the Twitter handle for the Comic Relief Crusader.
I'm adding him right now. Got it.
Great.
Fab stuff. Okay.
Awesome. Man. Okay. So there's that. And yeah, says James Caserta. They watch Jill on Mir and in NASA. What? Nope. If somebody from NASA ever watched me, I would want to talk to them. Oh, right. Here's something in the private, not the private, but the backstage. Here is a poster for a show, an upcoming show by the Outcast Creative.
Yeah, well, it's an interview, so it's not a show. We're interviewing the people who made the show. Yeah. So one of the people that's coming on is actor Richard Dreyfuss, who is the guy in the poster. And he plays one of the scientists in Outpost 31. We've actually got clips of several of the songs, including the main title song from The Thing, I Just Want to Be Your Friend. And we got clips of the cast singing the songs. We got loads of shots of the movie, behind the scenes. The producer of the film's coming on, and a whole heap of other stuff. So it's going to be nuts. That's in 2 Sundays time, 24th of March, and then tomorrow.
Yeah, and
night.
this is the thing that doesn't actually exist, but you have all of this production and lots of work.
I can neither confirm nor neither confirm nor deny that, Jill. That would be taking the fun out of the stream, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay. If you're curious about whether this exists or not, you have to watch this. It might exist.
We did a similar review of the Napoleon film that's in Get Shorty, with that film with Danny DeVito, John Travolta, and Gene Hackman. There's a fictional film in Get Shorty starring actor Martin Weir called Napoleon. So when the Napoleon movie came out, we did a review of Martin Weir's Napoleon with the producer and a whole lot of other people. So it's a very, similar stream to that, and it's very difficult for me to keep a straight face when I'm doing them. It's quite fun. So, yeah, there you go.
Well, that's always a good sign when you're really if it makes you laugh while you're creating it, then you're doing the right thing.
Well, it's I mean, we have to sort of play along with it, really. So, because we're asking all the questions for real and they're answering all the answers for real, but it's it's kind of
well,
like
that's some of the best humor
theater.
when you act like it's completely serious. But
tomorrow night I'm
crack
doing
yourself up. That's a bonus.
Tomorrow night I'm doing a breakdown, we're talking about one of the most interesting films ever made in my view, which is American History X, and that's on tomorrow night at 9:00 UK time. That'd be 4 p.m. East Coast. There's a poster for that there if you want to pop it up. Not very science fiction-y, but it's a very, very interesting film, and I think it's a great film. I think it's Edward Norton's best performance. And I don't think this film would get made today.
Well, it might not be science fiction-y, but it does star Avery Brooks, who plays Benjamin Sisko in Deep Space Nine.
And it's probably the biggest role he's had in a movie outside of Deep Space Nine that I can recall. I can't remember seeing him in a bigger part, and I heard that he got blacklisted in the industry at one point and wasn't getting any work after DS9, and that's a real shame because I think he's a phenomenal actor. I certainly would have liked to work with him. He's really good in this film, so good.
Yeah, he is. He really draws you into all the scenes that he's in this film, and I wish that he did more acting. He is really incredible to me.
Yeah.
And so definitely check out that review. That's going to be good.
Yeah, that's at 9 p.m. tomorrow.
You got the here it is.
Yeah, there you go. There's the poster. We call these streams Chew the Fat, where me and a couple of guests talk over the movie. I've got someone coming on who's just watching it for the first time as well, so they will have only just seen it, which
oh wow, yeah, that's really cool.
Those
are very good.
Cocoon.
Right, those were.
Echo.
I hear an echo.
Echo.
How's that happening?
I haven't changed anything. It's not coming.
I'm not hearing one.
Okay, so I'm
hearing an echo too, Jill. I don't know.
I don't know if the echo is still happening. The echo stopped.
No, it stopped. It's all good now.
Well, let's take that down. Okay.
That was strange.
I don't know if it was that.
Wasn't me. I checked.
Yeah,
might have been a spaceship flying over.
Yeah.
You know what, Jim?
I always turn.
I don't know what you did, but you fixed everything. You're really great at working on issues. You figured it out. They watched Jill on Neptune. Oh yeah, the Neptunians from Star Trek. Remember that episode?
Yeah, I remember that.
It doesn't exist. Oh my god, those toys were hilarious.
It was just like the TV show, Jill.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's where they get their ideas.
Yeah.
You're bouncing off me here. Oh man, Avery should have pushed for a DS9 movie. I would have loved a Deep Space Nine movie with. Well, my dream is to have Julian Bashir and Miles O'Brien go and take down Section 31 because they talk about doing it in one episode. And if they actually did it, that'd be so rad.
Not just those two. I want them to be with a Gorn taking down Section,
yeah, like kind of like we're not friends, but in this case we both have common interest.
There you go.
For some reason, Section 31 wronged the Gorn.
Yes. Well, it wronged everybody.
Did you guys see the documentary on DS9 where a big section of it was the original writing team got together and they actually filmed them spitballing what would be the pilot for the season that would round off what happened to all the characters?
Yeah, I did, and I donated to Kickstarter. that made that happen
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Not much. But
Yeah,
a
that was
little.
a great documentary, and I loved watching the writers' room guys kind of work through the process, which for me as a writer was really interesting. And I thought the storyline that they came up with was really good. It was great.
It was absolutely beautiful. That was an instance where a writer's room can be a good thing, where everybody in it actually cares about the source material and knows it well enough.
I haven't watched that, but that's What We Left Behind, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've got it.
Really good. That's a play. That's a play on the last episode of Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, it was free on YouTube for a while there, but I still haven't watched it.
Oh man!
Oh man! Well, the thing is, I still need to check out the show.
Oh, if you don't know, okay, no, watch Deep Space Nine first.
Yeah. Watch the show before you watch that. That will kind of be quite a few spoilers.
I've only stuck with it for about basically the first season.
I'd be interested to see how far you get before you give up or continue.
Well, yeah, Deep Space Nine is a mixed bag for sure. Like Jill and I, we watch those all through, right? We do our weekend watch parties, Jill, and we watched all of
your
Deep
weekend
Space
watch
Nine.
parties where I'm not invited.
Well, you can join. No, you can join. Anybody can join.
What do you mean you're not invited? Yeah, anybody can join. Every time I have a Voyager watch party, I put a link in Twitter, and so if you pay attention to those links, anybody could be there.
Yeah, it's on Cosme.
It's on Twitter.
So it's on Cosme.
Well, it's on Cosme, but I put the link to my Cosme on Twitter, saying what episodes I'm watching that day.
Really?
Yeah, we're doing Voyager right now. We're in what, season 3? Is it a Voyager or 5 or something like that?
Yeah, season 5.
Yeah, but why would I want to watch Voyager when I want to watch Deep Space
Well,
Nine?
yeah, I'm just saying we already watched Deep Space Nine previously.
Oh,
yeah.
Can we watch it again? No, that's fine. That's okay.
It's an interesting series, though. I like Deep Space Nine a lot. Probably my second favorite show after the TOS, actually. But it is quite inconsistent at times, I got to say. But I think it's still worthwhile overall. I think there's a lot of really great episodes. And like the weaker ones.
I guess Booger
is really strong.
What was that?
Oh wait. Go ahead, Lance.
I just said Deep Space Nine, actually, for me, it's my favorite Star Trek show of all time.
Wow.
You're right; it can be very inconsistent, but I think from season 3 onwards, once they kind of knew what they were doing with the show, because there was a lot of back and forth about whether it was even going to continue after season 2, and the show wasn't really working, and that's why they brought the Defiant in, and that's why they decided to do a big war storyline, and but that really worked, and it was the first time we'd seen really big space battles in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Really we actually saw them, and they didn't feel too Star Warsy. Yeah, they were big, and some ships were moving about a bit quickly, but it still felt Star Trek enough. Whereas when we got into J.J. Abrams' territory, suddenly we were in the Star Wars universe, and everybody was zooming around at 9,000 miles an hour, firing 5,000 torpedoes simultaneously, and
but it still retained the themes of Star Trek, or at least addressed them, even when they were kind of breaking the rules of the original series. They still said one of
the reasons I like the fights in Wrath of Khan is that they feel so naval, they feel so tactical. And the ships move relatively slowly, and I really wish we'd seen an episode like that with the new stuff, and it just everything looks just way too shiny, and I just don't like the look of the new shows. It just everything feels too overproduced. There's too much lens flare. When did lens flare become this great idea?
Oh no. I thought you were talking about Deep Space Nine. I might have.
No. I'm just making a comparison. I'm just making a comparison between the Star Trek I like, DS9, Wrath of Khan, the way they did the battles in those shows, as opposed to the new stuff.
Where they just copy paste some CGI.
Yeah. I really dislike the look of the new shows too. Like, not that
Me
I've
too.
watched a lot of it, but the stuff I have looked at just to have an awareness of what it's about. I think the special effects are awful, personally.
They're awful. Well, I
You
did
know?
not like Star Trek Picard season 3, but that was the only time where they did a little better with special
I
effects
tried.
because they kind of had real Star Trek people working on it, but they didn't.
Yeah.
But I don't think. Well, but I don't know why they kept themselves off the credits. But
Yeah, probably
you won't find Michael
contractual.
Okuda or Doug Drexler in the credits, but they did kind of help with that. But
Maybe
yeah,
it was
I agree on the whole. New Trek is awful.
some kind of
And
contractual thing. Maybe kept their names
and
off the
well,
credits.
no, but it's terrible because production wise, it could have been a good show if they actually cared to write a good show. But instead,
Yeah.
they literally copied Star Wars in a ugly way, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, it was
You
very
can't
dark.
have. Well, yeah, you can't have the Enterprise D maneuvering the way it did through the Borg cube, and so
I've actually got
it's
one
just
of
a
the.
little bit ridiculous.
I've got one of the stars of the new Star Trek coming on my my channel.
Wow.
Oh jeez.
But
Wow.
well, she's not. See, she's not coming on to talk about that because I didn't even know she was in it because I stopped watching it. But there was this show that I watched. It's on Apple. It's called 5 Days at Memorial, and it's a drama show about what happened at the Memorial Hospital in Hurricane Katrina. 5-part miniseries. Each part is set on a different day. Absolutely amazing cast, really good special effects. It was absolutely outstanding show. Some of the best acting I'd seen in forever. And I was so angry about what had happened. I was like, my God, I've got to talk about this on my channel. I'm going to do a big special on this thing. And I reached out to a couple of the cast to see if they'd be up for coming on. And one of the people who said they would come on is Raven Duerder. This is at the Sunday, the 31st of March, which is at the end of the month. And I'm not familiar with all of the new Trek, but this is the character that she plays in Star Trek Discovery. Joe, I'll just put the picture up if you want to show it. Yeah, so right, and I've chatted with her. She's absolutely lovely. She has an amazing scene where they force her to leave her mother behind in the hospital to die when they're evacuating the hospital and her mother's still alive. It's absolutely heartbreaking. It was some of the best acting I'd ever seen in my life. And I wrote to her and said, look, you've got to come on my show. I really want to talk about that show. So we won't be doing the Star Trek chat. We'll just be talking about 5 Days at Memorial. But
And that's good that she was in something good besides Star Trek Discovery. I think everybody is relieved that it's the last time we're gonna have to hear. Well, hopefully hear about it for a while because it's
really interesting.
in its final season.
Yeah,
and so we get to say goodbye to.
I'd love to know what the
that
viewing
started it all.
figures. I'd love to know what the viewing figures are for Discovery because I don't know anyone who likes it. And admittedly, my Star Trek friends are, the youngest of them are probably in their late 30s, but I just don't know anyone who likes it at all.
Yeah,
So,
well, I don't like any of New Trek, but there are some people who do, and they still don't like Discovery.
Right.
Yeah, I think most of the people that are fans of any of the new Treks seem to gravitate towards Strange New Worlds, do they not? Quite often, I hear.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
What I hear is Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, and Star Trek Picard season 3, which I don't like any of those, but those tend to be what the fans like.
I quite like some of the cast in Strange New Worlds. I've only seen 5-6 episodes of Strange New Worlds, but again, the aesthetic of it for me just looks wrong. It's all too shiny and lens flare and
no, it's not. It's not good. I'm not saying it's good.
You know what I find
the idea behind it is that they wanted it to be episodic, but the fault of it is that it doesn't end up being episodic because every episode they say last time on this episode. If it was episodic, you wouldn't have to be doing that.
Yeah, really.
And it's just
well, you know what? Well, I find interesting is when I see, photos of the cast in their Star Trek uniforms, and of course they're obviously trying to, reference TOS by the look of a lot of the uniforms on the show. I look at the pictures and I think, how do they make the uniforms look cheaper and crappier than they looked on TOS like 50 years ago, right? Because to me, TOS looks way better, as far as the uniform quality goes than Strange New Worlds. I see like the captain and his shirt, and I'm just thinking that looks really cheap.
It makes me nauseated.
Yeah.
But Maggie, Taylor Swift, greater than Disney Star Wars, gives $1
Hey.
super chat. Thank you so much. And I did say earlier I was going to play your commercial, so let's play that now. This is a good time for that. I love this commercial. Where is it?
For you parents who don't speak Klingonese, he's saying, people of Earth, unite and bring your kids to McDonald's for a Star Trek meal. That's a regular hamburger, fries, soft drink, a McDonald's and cookie sampler, and a Star Trek prize. Oh, yes, 5 different boxes based on Star Trek the Motion Picture. Action scenes, jokes, games. He says, take it from a father who knows. His kids love him. McDonald's Star Trek meal available for your kids now.
Okay, guys, it's getting to be that time where I'm going to have to go in less than 20 minutes. So this is a 20-minute warning. The show's almost over.
Yeah, I've actually got a stream at 6 o'clock in 21 minutes. So
in 20 minutes. So do you got it? Then I should let you go now then.
yeah, I probably should.
Yeah, you should go so you can prep and feel good about your show.
I'm doing my gut reaction to episode 9 of Masters of the Air at 6 o'clock. And then I've got a longer discussion about it on Sunday with a guest of, panel guest with some history guys and critical drinkers on that as well. And
wow.
Wow,
you got critical drinker. That's incredible.
Cool.
Well done.
Yeah, he's got a huge channel. I like the drinker. I think he's got a lot of interesting.
Well, do any of you have a critical doggo like I do?
No, I can't say.
Excuse me, a plush critical doggo, I should say.
Oh, you got one of those. Eh?
Well, I'm lucky enough to have been down the pub with him several times in person. So
awesome.
That's even better. I can't top that at all.
Oh wow, you've actually met him too in real life. That's on a whole other level.
I was the first moderator on his channel, the very first one.
Oh wow!
And
cool.
That's how we met.
Wow.
But I'd already written to him before that, saying, hey, you're calling out everything I want to be saying about my industry right now. So I reached out to him after his very first video, and then we kind of became friends. And he's been really supportive with my channel. In fact, he was the person that really encouraged me to do it. So so it's kind of
that's great.
Kind of nice. Yeah, he's a really good guy, and very good about supporting other people on YouTube, which he doesn't need to do.
That's true. Nobody makes him do anything. He doesn't have to, for sure.
No, that's right, and long may he stay that way. So yeah, it's all good. All right, Jill, thanks so much for having me on. I was very late to the party, so
you're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing all of the cool, exciting things that you had to share. And I can't wait for the Deep Space Nine interview.
Yeah, well,
it seems like it's going to be happening sooner.
Yeah,
pretty soon.
Well, Dennis was very keen. So 25th of March is what he has suggested. That's not 100%. If you can't make it, we may be able to try for another time. But 9 o'clock my time would be 5 p.m. your East Coast.
Okay. Yes, I do have a live stream I go to on Mondays, but I can notify Pop Culture Curious that
let me know because
that week.
There's some issues with him and StreamYard, which means we might need to do it via Zoom. So
like pre-recorded kind of thing?
No, we'll do it live. We can live stream Zoom.
You can. Okay, great.
Oh yeah. I've done a whole show on Zoom on my channel. That's how it started. But do you have a Zoom account still?
Well, not a paid one, but I have an account, and so I can join any Zoom
Yeah, I think I
Mm-hmm.
think I may need to pay again for mine because I think you can only stream for a certain period of time. But anyway,
the free account, it's only for 40 minutes.
Right.
And then it dies, and then you have to start over. That might not be good for a live stream.
No, I'll message you on Twitter and we'll work it out because he can't. StreamYard doesn't work and he's only got a phone device, so it's all a bit complicated. But we'll
phone
figure
device.
it out.
Get the man a microphone.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey there, Lance. I also saw Dune in '84, and
oh yeah,
I saw. How's this for a double feature? Dune '84 and 2010, the year we make contact.
Oh yeah, I saw that at the cinema, man.
Yeah,
I saw Dune and Terminator in the same day.
Sweet.
So we went to see Terminator in the afternoon, and then we traveled to a bigger cinema to go and see Dune in the evening. And that cinema had been delivered the wrong print of the movie, so the version that we saw was a 3-hour like working director's cut. And,
oh wow!
I wrote a whole blog about that. About how
that's excellent.
That audience was the only audience that got to see this or that cinema for a couple of days until they realized what happened. Because
man, I wish I could have been there. That's awesome. Have you seen the Spice Diver cut of Dune?
Yeah, it's got a lot. It had a lot of those scenes, and it had some other scenes in that I've never seen since. So
wow,
I've got about 4 different edits of Dune on in my possession.
But now you only have 15 minutes until your live stream. So
okay.
I better go.
I'll let you
go.
We're chatting
away.
It was nice meeting you, Lance.
Well, we could very well start talking right into your show start, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
So let's let you go.
No, that's all right. Listen, Jill, thanks so much for having me on, and all of your guests here. It was lovely to meet you all, and you're welcome on my channel anytime, anybody. So just reach out to me.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Take care.
Jill's
have a good day.
Yeah,
take care.
Yeah, have a great day. I'll share your Twitter so people can get in contact with you.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. And so that's Outcast Creative. Thank you so much for sharing all of the cool things that you did share with us today. So many great contributors today. We had Scotty R37. We had the Comic Relief Crusader. We had Pop Culture Curator. We even had LDG for 5 minutes. But it feels like a lifetime ago. But Bird of Prey 5 was here too.
Yes, all kinds of fascinating, fantastic folks.
Yeah, shore leaves are exciting, and I'm so happy about it. Here is Lance's Twitter. So if you want to follow him there. And he might need to message you first before it works because there's a thing there. If you follow him and he follows you back, then you should be able to message him.
That's how Twitter works.
Yeah. That is how Twitter works.
There's a thing in a thing in a thing.
See you later, Enterprise. The icon of the Enterprise. I got my emojis. If you're a channel member, you can use these little emojis.
Which
that include
cool.
Yeah, it's got a little triple Enterprise, Mandelbrot, and some math equations, and Eric's.
Well, you have that Twilight Zone thing, so that's
and
cool.
the Twilight Zone thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from season 3. Yeah.
Oh, that's from season 3. Wow.
Yes, indeed, from the opening.
Well, it's going to be a long time from now, but after I finish reviewing For All Mankind, I'm thinking I want to look at the Twilight Zone next after that to be my
wow.
I like to switch between covering a new series and then covering an old series.
Yeah, Twilight Zone is a classic.
It's going to take a while to get through all of those episodes. Well, I might have to do 3 episodes every episode.
Well, you could though, because they're only 25 minutes, right?
Well, at least
then I can do 4. I can do 4.
Yeah, then they went into an hour episode.
Each stream is going to have 4 half-hour episodes covered?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. That's really ambitious.
But it's going to take me. It's going to take me a little while. I'm going to do 2 episodes at a time for All Mankind. So that's how many seasons are there of that series? For All Mankind is the show written by Ronald D. Moore. And how many seasons?
How many episodes are I've never saw
There
that.
are four. There are four seasons with 10 episodes.
Okay, 40.
So actually, it's only going to take me 20 shows to cover For All Mankind, all 4 seasons. So that's not going to be too long. So just 20 weeks of For All Mankind, and then a zillion weeks of Twilight Zone.
Well, there's 156 Twilight Zones of the original series, so yeah, it'll take a little while.
James Cassard is like, all 3 Twilight Zones? No, I'm not going to watch all of it.
Oh no,
I'm
not
just
that
gonna
last
watch,
one.
I'm just going to watch the original series.
Just the original, yeah.
The original's the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Those
original series.
others,
Well,
especially the most
I'm
recent
excited.
one, it's garbage.
I'm already excited. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, after we finish TOS and we finish For All Mankind, we're going to cover the Twilight Zone, and that means I'm going to get to buy the compendium of the Twilight Zone by Mark
Zicree.
Mark Scott Zicree. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark
That
Scott
guy.
Zicree, the Twilight Zone companion.
Yeah, I have that. I bought that book like when it came out, and it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the original edition and then the revised one. I think he even has a third one out.
Oh, really?
So,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So,
Yeah.
but I only have the first 2 editions of that.
It's a good, well-written book, and it covers the episodes really well.
Yeah.
If I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
his
I
book
haven't read
pretty
it in a
much.
while, but-
Yeah, his book pretty much started the, the trend of retrospective books, and doing the episode guides and everything. It's just it's just a fine example that everyone else
Yeah.
followed.
That came out in the 80s, didn't it, originally?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
It was when I was a grad student it came out, because I remember getting
Yeah.
it at the university bookstore. I always just about every day I went there to raid their film and television section. That's where I found it.
Ah, cool. Well, by the way, I just wanted to mention the Stone
I
Rocket.
can't wait to get to that.
Another
ahead.
cool thing about Deep Space Nine is they do bring Worf into the series. I imagine Stone Rocket might be aware of that already, but
Yeah, I am. But
And Michael-
yeah, go ahead.
well, they finally, put Michael Dorn into a show that he could excel at, and they develop his character quite a bit more. I thought, because in TNG, I always felt he was kind of a secondary character in a lot of episodes, but in Deep Space Nine, he actually gets to be featured in some episodes, and he develops his character quite well. And Michael Dorn, I think, must have really had fun on Deep
Well,
Space Nine, because it
if
seems
I-
like he's enjoying himself quite a bit.
Yeah, if I remember right, they were advertising when he was part of the show already. It'd been established. It seemed like it was, Deep Space Nine was becoming like a soap opera, because doesn't he romance one of
It kind of does. You're kind
Yeah.
of not wrong. It kind of
Yeah.
he marries the Trill.
the Trill
That's-
woman, or
yeah.
basically the woman with leopard spots.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
I
the
remember
spots
seeing
don't
ads for
go
that.
all
Now-
the way down.
Yeah, I just remember seeing ads. I'm going, what the heck has this show become? It's like a stinking soap opera.
It does have
is.
its soapy
It does have
elements
those elements
at times,
definitely.
but it
Yeah.
generally has enough good episodes that I can
Well,
kind of overlook
where it
some
gets
of
a
that
little.
stuff.
Some people like, some people don't like the romance in terms of, especially Odo and Kira, the changeling and Kira. I don't know. Their chemistry is a little bit questionable, but I preferred their friendship.
Yeah,
And
the
they should have kept them.
Odo, the guy that sleeps in a bucket.
Yeah, for a while he does sleep in a bucket, but eventually he meets where he's come from, and he meets his people, and he figures out how not to sleep in a bucket.
Now,
Excellent.
That does give us guys hope, though. You could be.
I must have missed that episode.
You could be sleeping in a bucket,
Mhm.
and then eventually you might end up with a nice girlfriend like Kira. So there's always hope,
Mm.
right, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
There's
man.
always hope, even if you're a puddle of goo.
Goo.
Booger 414.
Booger.
My stepfather, who I didn't consider a reliable source, claimed to have written 2 scripts for the Twilight Zone, but said he sold them to Serling, who put his own name on them. Scandal. I don't know. Wow. Interesting. I wonder, does he still have copies of the scripts? Or
Yeah,
I guess he
I'd like
sold
to
them,
know what.
so he doesn't.
Yeah, I'd like to know what specific episodes. That's fascinating.
Interesting. If true, even if not true, I want to go see those episodes. Zachary also had the nerve to criticize Surly. Really? I had to go through it with a black magic marker. He nauseates me. Oh, really, James Caserta? I didn't know that. I figured he was a huge fan of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, he is, but I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've read the book, but I know he does have value judgments, you know, with certain episodes. But hopefully, James, you're not a person that you know, is intolerant to any kind of criticism of Serling, because boy, have I met people like that. The guys that wrote the Night Gallery book, they in their Yahoo group, they would not put up with anyone saying anything negative about Serling.
Interesting. Well,
yeah.
It depends on what he's saying is actually backed up by any evidence, or if it's just hearsay, or I don't know. It'll be really, really interesting to read this book now.
I remember he critiqued it episode by episode, which is one reason I love the book when I read it.
That's what I wanted too.
I mean, I remember him criticizing some of the cinematality, and like the Big Tall Wish. I think he had a little trouble with that, but nothing is coming to mind.
I don't remember anything terribly negative. Yeah,
if it's all just opinion and he's got his facts straight, then I definitely still want the book.
Yeah, he's got his facts straight. He did a lot of good research, but he does chime in with his personal opinion, like
and
you know,
that's okay.
Like Cushman does.
Yeah, Cushman does the same thing, but he gives his own analysis, and then he separates that from the facts of the production.
Yes.
Well, yeah, as great as Twilight Zone is, it does have some weak episodes. I mean, admittedly, there's some I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, even Serling admitted that. He said a third of ours are good, excellent, another third are pretty good, and he goes, another third are absolute dogs, is how he put it.
Wow.
You know, so I think if he's criticizing the weaker episodes, I mean that's fair. That's fair, right? You know, if he's pointing.
Hello to Sci-Fi Sit-In. It's so great to see you. Right here at the end of this live stream, we've got 5 minutes left, and I think we can end it around here. I just want to thank everybody who's been here, and before I say, oh yeah, okay, let's go ahead and let everybody say what they're doing on the internet and whatever they want to share.
I'm hanging out with Jill and Pop Culture Curator on their channels. They actually send me invites to be on their live stream, so I do show up on their channels a lot, so that's where you can see me. And then I'm on Twitter, and I follow a lot of cat people.
Yes, if you like cats, he shares lots of cats.
Meow.
So if your page is full of way too much ugly politics or gross stuff, just follow Stone Racket, and you'll see a cute kitty every once in a while in the midst of the terror.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And there we go.
But thanks for having me.
Of course, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. And PvP, what's going on with you?
Well, I haven't done much in the last week or so on my channel. I do try to upload some new music, you know, when I have some spare time, generally on weekends. But right now I'm having an issue with my modem because I got a new one installed last Sunday because the old one was basically dying and I was losing internet at times. So I got the new modem, and you know, the connection is fine, but it's one of the new kind that has a fan running in it, and I just find the fan is just loud enough where, because I have my computer in my bedroom, right? Because you know that's just the way it works in my apartment, because my apartment's not that big. It's fairly compact. So you know, this thing is not too far away from where I sleep, and I've just found that the fan running at night is very annoying. Like, it just keeps me awake, and So I've actually they called me to do a checkup, I guess it was yesterday actually, to see how I was, as a new customer, because I got a new account when I got the new modem, just to see how I was doing. And I spoke with the lady for like 10 minutes, and I said, well, can you send a technician over? So somebody's actually coming over tomorrow afternoon to check it, to see if it might be faulty or something, and see if there's any way we can mitigate the sound issues. Because I just find it's just enough of a hum where it just distracts me when I'm trying to doze off, right? So so that's why I haven't done anything on my channel lately.
Insist on.
Okay, I was wondering why you were telling us the story. Thanks.
Yeah, insist on one without a fan or one with a super silent fan.
I asked them. I said, "Aren't there any modems available?" And she's like, "No, they all have fans now, because they're all this certain, configuration. She read out a number or whatever. The series of fans that they use, and there's nothing available without a fan now." So I'm like, "Oh, great."
But when your modem isn't grinding your gears and keeping you up at night, what do you do on your channel?
Well, I've been focusing on power pop bands over the last 3 months or so, and I think I've got about 4 playlists up on those. I try to keep them small, like 25 songs on each playlist, because I don't want to have hours and hours and hours and people get bored, kind of thing. So I've got tons of bands though I've collected, that I have ready to sort through. So there will be lots of playlists coming. It's just a matter of when I put the time into it, because there never seems to be enough time some weeks. You guys probably know what that's like.
Fair enough. Right.
But yeah,
right. Well,
rock and roll,
rock and roll.
As the icon says.
PvP. That's PvP. He's rock and roll.
Yes, that is me.
And then, of course, we have Jim's Landscape LLC, the ever creative captain, but then sometimes he's also a Commodore. He changes roles quite a bit. What? and right now he is Captain Picard with a red beard and green beard. Captain Duke Shepard. What do you have going on the internet?
Well, I'm a fan film creator. I can be anything I want.
Exactly. That's the awesomeness of you. Please tell us about your channel and what you're doing online.
Breaking news. Going to have the Leprechauns coming out Sunday. And also releasing another video the following week called Apologies, and trying to wrap up some other fan films as well, get them all done. And pretty soon it's gonna be moon season, so I'll be pretty busy doing that and doing less of this. So that's pretty much it. Just keep watching.
Well, I'm glad I got to hear from you when we could, and whenever you're not working, let us know and can hear from you.
And thank you for the invite.
Of course, you're welcome. But I have a little time to thank the chat. I want to thank everybody who's been here. The chat's been phenomenal. This has been a super fun shore leave. I enjoyed every moment. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who donated to the channel. McPhoenix with his $5 super chat that was near the beginning of the show. Thank you so much. That is for Scotty to double his net worth. And thank you, LDG, for gifting 5 memberships. I've got to update my credits again. And also thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Eugene Bird, for the super sticker. And also thank you to Admiral Teague for the super sticker. Definitely check out Saving Star Trek. It is an incredible exploration of Star Trek theories, and it's very imaginative. And he is out there to save Star Trek. So let's bring that link in here. Oh, I've got it somewhere. Where did I put it? I might have lost it. Oh, there it is. To Saving Star Trek. Here we are. There's Saving Star Trek. So check that out. And also, thank you to Eugene Bird for the super sticker and Matt G for the super chat. But we also had lots of amazing guests in the chat that I want to say goodbye to. Have a wonderful Friday, Booger414. You've been a really great communicator today. I've enjoyed everything that I've read. Even if I didn't read every chat, I did read it visually in my mind. And so I really appreciate everybody who contributed. Thank you for being here today, James Caserta. He is a dog man.
Whoa.
Sci-fi Sith Dan says, Stone Racket, so you're a cat person, not married. So the cats are like your children.
They are my children.
Just like my puppies are my children too.
Yeah. And thank you for checking in here at the end of the show. And also Edge of Time says, I only sleep in the best buckets.
But of course.
Yes, demand the buckets be silver.
Yes, silver shiny buckets.
Spit polish.
And it was great to see you today, James Caserta. Oh my God.
Already done.
Yeah, and also, Booger was great. Also, Penny's been in and out of the chat, and it's been great to see you. Also, Eugene Bird said goodbye. Oh, no, you said goodbye. He left a while ago. I'm sorry, I missed you leaving. Bye, Anti-Derivative Jill. We love your broadcasts. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, and I missed Like What joining us. He's got all these tacos for me too.
What?
How could I miss the tacos? Like What?
That sounds good. I think I'll get some tacos.
Yeah, right? Now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I'm very hungry.
Yeah, let's go have some lunch.
Yes.
Let's go get tacos.
Yeah,
so
I haven't
we're
had
all
tacos
gonna go
in a while. I need to get some tacos.
Well, it sounds like it's decided. We're all going out for tacos after this.
Excellent.
And Wes Cagle, thank you so much for being here. Also, Daniel's Hot Topics was also with us today. And of course, the Comic Relief Crusader, who was also on the panel. Make sure you're checking him out. And I miss saying hello to Nilla Wafer. I don't know if Nilla Wafer is still here, but thank you so much for being here. Just Drew Naku. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to pronounce this. Let me see if I can figure it out. Nayoko Takeuchi. And I'm sorry if I got it wrong. And Sailor Moon in honor of his 57th birthday. That's awesome. Where did you post that drawing? If you're still in the chat, did you post that on the internet that you're sharing, or just for yourself? That's so awesome that you're an artist.
And Nilla wafers are awesome.
Oh, they're great.
Oh yeah, Nilla Wafer has the coolest name.
Yeah.
When I pull those out, my dogs want the whole bag.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The heck with me.
Hey, and I was also glad to see Ranker Steve pop in. That was really cool to see him. And also, who else was here? Obviously, Scotty was here. He was posting some links for me. The Outcast Creative, he also posted the link for the Comic Relief Crusader. And for Jim, Commodore Productions. Well done. Thank you, Scotty, for being an amazing co-host today. And LGG was here. Thank you. James Caserta. Let's see. Kronos was also here for a bit. Kronos is a benefit to any chat. And also, I just want to say hello. I'm scrolling up through the chat, so I can't highlight your chat. But I just want to say, as we're leaving, hello to Ben from Cynical. I'm so glad you're here. I can't highlight your chat, but I will put your link in there. Make sure to subscribe to Cinema Gulp. They just reached 700 subscribers. So let's get them to 800 now.
Well,
no. Yeah, go ahead.
I just reached 1,180.
Yay! Congratulations. Well, you're going to get to 1,200 then soon. Oh my God.
Love to.
180. Oh my. 1,180. Oh man. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
I need 20 more.
20 more subscribers for Jim.
That'd be nice.
Stat. And James earlier said you can fix without destroying. That would be nice if they did that. That would be nice. That was a really heated, like that was one of the best discussions I've had on the problems with modern screenwriting, and I was very happy that happened here. Let's see who else we had here today. SB4H, my fellow moderator on the Doomcock channel. I will see you tonight at Friday Night Frolics on Overlord DVD's channel. Who he himself should be reaching 335,000 subscribers. Is that where he's at? I'm checking. Let's see, because it should obviously be higher than that, but YouTube. Yeah, 334,000. That's right. I remembered. And so
YouTube giveth and YouTube take it away.
They do. Rod Thunderheart was here in the chat. So awesome to see Rod Thunderheart. He wants to get rid of the union writers. That's some really good stuff.
Rod Thunderheart.
Captain Fandom Nerd was here. Don Lewis was here. If writers had to compete. Yeah. It
That's
might
right.
go down
Don
considerably on
Lewis
the
is absolutely right.
crap. Yeah, and Don Lewis gave me another reason to watch the classic Battlestar Galactica, so I could remember what the Felger.
No, Felder Garb.
Felger Garb. It became
Felger Garb, yeah.
that became the word of the day.
Well, I like how some series invent their own lingo like that, right? It's like Farscape was good at that, inventing all kinds of words. So that's always fun.
Yeah, and thank you again to Brogu for being here, Mick Phoenix. And
we only got so many centons left here.
Subspace Chatter. Yeah. Well, I actually, if I actually have time to do it, I don't always get a chance. And that's it. I think that's everybody. If I missed you, sorry about that. I'll get you next time. And here's a YouTube. Here's a YouTube link for Cinema Gulp. And with that, I want you guys to have just an absolutely amazing Friday. And figure out what is going to make you happy, whether that's watching a Star Trek movie or going outside to play, or I don't know what you're going to do outside, but there's something out there. And we have a clip. Your subs were snowball. Why? Oh,
yeah, they'll increase.
Ooh. What do I need to do?
He's making a prediction. So.
Well, thank you so much.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I say.
Yep.
For sure.
Liberty and freedom have to be more than just words.
Yep, you got it.
That's what we'll do. We'll be free in our discussions and our opinions, and we'll remember when things were good, and keep a lookout on new stuff and see when those independent creators break through and show us some of that classic storytelling that is still possible. And so until we meet again, I'll talk to you guys next time.
Okay.
I will leave you off with a clip of, on Tuesday, I'm going to have a review
of those damn dirty hippies.
Those damn dirty hippies of Star Trek, the original series.
Herbert.
Yeah, so don't be a Herbert. Show up on Tuesday at
I'll
noon
show up.
Central.
It's number 100 for your infinite lunch and indefinite lunch and infinite combinations. Or
that's right. That's right. Episode 100 of
Got to be there.
Lunch and infinite combinations.
I'll suffer through the episode this weekend, and I'll let you know how it went on Tuesday.
I can't wait.
Okay, thanks again, Jill.
Let's check that out.
Thanks.
Have
Jill.
a great weekend,
You're
everybody.
welcome.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
And we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Wait
a minute. Go ahead.
We reach, brother. We reach.
flower, sir. I touched it. It's like fire.
Aurora, cut power. You are overtaxing your ship.
Explosion is imminent.
You've caused an interstellar incident which may have destroyed everything that's been negotiated.
You've got a hard lip, Herbert.
What is your destination?
The planet Eden.
And why did you stay away?
Because you disapproved of me.
How do you know what I want?
You're young. Come, join us.
You make it tempting.
Dr. Severin is insane.
Captain, it seems as though someone else is running the ship.
That's right. Someone else is running this ship. I am.
Captain, they're using...
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.